snap out of it. Thought-provoking, challenging the popular perspectives, critical of today's opinions. We go all the way in deep. What's a thought's worth if thoughts must conform to ill-conceived theories and so-called orthodox beliefs, twisted opinions of hypocrisy? How do we reach new heights? Ascend to higher realizations, activate the powers of abstract reasoning? We must break the chains that hold us down from celestial flights. Face what you think you know with what you have yet to know. For the moment, never mind how you believe things ought to be. We must revolutionize our minds for there to be a clear way to unify. For that to happen, we must have a seat at the table all over again. Just making sure the light works. Unlock the keys of scrutiny. Revive what it means to pursue knowledge. Manifest the God in we, you and me. Welcome to your wake-up call. Soul Journey of Life. Conscious Black Social Media. The Light Dome.
Questman, a chosen.
Need help minding your own business? Cardamom Glow, Nature's Tea. From the shop on Soul Journey of Life. Blessings in every cup.
Hello everyone, my name is John Harvey.
And my name is Eleanor Harvey.
Of J. Harvey Realty Company. We are located at 15704 Waterloo Road in Cleveland, Ohio, in the Waterloo District. We have been in business for 32 years. There is nothing no greater than helping people secure the American dream, a home. We have also helped many investors buy income properties. We specialize in helping people get prepared to purchase homes by getting them pre-approved. When they start looking, they will be able to purchase their home. So if you're thinking of buying or selling, think J. Harvey Realty Company.
On screen. All right. This is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Questman, coming at you live. Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black Social Media. I'd like to begin by greeting the viewers. Assalamu alaikum, shalom, peace and blessings be with you. Hotep, may the blessings of the Most High, the Most Wise be upon you, manifest as you, in you, about you, however you are able to connect with that meaning, let that apply to you and the grace. Okay, so as you can see today, I am doing something that I believe that we need to continue doing, and many of us
who have a revolutionary bend, a revolutionary inclination, this is what we do. We don't go downtown or go to the board of elections or whatnot to ask for permission to be who we are, and we don't go down to the Capitol building to tell them to beg them or plead to them to recognize our heroes, our adepts, our leaders, our activists, the righteous men and women who stood up amongst us. We don't go down there for any of that. We're not asking them for permission of anything. They didn't ask permission to take our ancestors. They didn't ask our ancestral mothers and fathers for permission to take us aboard the ships and across the Atlantic. They didn't ask those of us who were already here if it was okay for them to settle in, occupy their land, and then enslave them as well. They didn't ask any permission. So I still have a hard time reflecting upon or taking into consideration that we need to ask them for permission to recognize our own heroes and our own those who stood before us, our own revolutionaries. You understand? I believe, and I adamantly believe to this very day, that we should and always should take the initiative upon ourselves. And if we're going to ask permission, we ask ourselves in accordance to our ancestral ways. For example, we might consult our elders. What do our elders have to say? What would do our elders approve of something of this nature? And leave it at that. But this is not something that concerns Joe Biden. This is not something that concerns the congressmen of their establishment. This is not something that concerns any of these entities that have really, in so many ways, no interest regarding us at all. If they had interest, we would know it because we would be reaping the benefits of them being concerned about us, because they would have already applied reparations. They would have already implemented the true effects of freedom and not this artificial concept of freedom that they put upon us, making us believe we're free, but they're still our authorities. So enough is enough. So today, peace and blessings. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe and support the platform of your brother Questman. Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black Social Media. Sign up to the platform if you haven't, souljourneyoflife.org. Right here, as you can see that I'm going to put on the screen, National Malcolm X Day. Now, it could easily be established today. It could be established upon a day that's agreed upon by the community of those who represent the revolutionary interest of us as a people, and nothing outside of that. You understand what I'm saying? We have to stop believing that this idea that we've got to beg for our existence, that we've got to beg to be who we are. We got to stop having this notion, coming with banners and signs and flags and holding hands in front of these buildings that represent their uh, colonization, their forced authority over us. When does that stop? When does that stop? When does it get to the point where we say, okay, I'm not asking you for anything? Today is Malcolm X Day because we said so. We don't need you to get in the White House and declare this a national holiday or whatever. We do it for ourselves. And mind your business, because you're not invited to the party. So it's a mindset. It's a mindset that I'm talking about. Let me see something here. It's a mindset that I'm talking about that yeah, I've got a lot of stuff open here. Let me minimize some of these things. That if we were to apply it into our lives, I think that we would start having a greater degree of a revolutionary mindset. Give me a second here. There we go. Let's do that. we would have a greater revolutionary mindset compared to what we have today. And it's important that we identify this, especially with this National Malcolm X Day. National Malcolm X Day, because one of the things I want to explore, I want to go through some quotes and whatnot from the late respected honorable Malcolm X, and go through some of these things and talk about some of these things. I'm going to also put a link in the chat to invite anybody who would like to participate in this celebration effort, because that was the mindset that this brother had, I believe. Now, give me a second here. I'm going to make a few adjustments with the screen because I want to show you, at least for your brother, how it started off with me. Because for me, that's where things begin. So many moons ago, I was a young man, and I looked like this, what you see here on the screen, right there. There I am. And when I was that young man, there was an older man who I called father, who was my father. And I looked up to him. You understand? I saw a lot of what he used to do. And one of the things that I admired of him was his sense of authority as a black man, was his sense of courage. I didn't see any signs of cowardice in him. I didn't see him afraid. I saw him be strategic at times. I saw him be even clever at times. My father was a warrior. I saw him in those days. The police weren't always gun trigger happy like they are today. Sometimes they would get so cocky that they would take off their badges and want to square up with you out here in the street. My father took that on for a size and actually got the upper hand and didn't get in trouble. He did have some points in time where he was behind those bars, but not for that reason. But in those days, they did what they did and went their separate ways. And so when I looked at my father do this, you understand, that was a sense of admiration because, in those days, there were groups of people who were about it, and there were groups of people who were timid or afraid or whatever the case may be. My father wasn't one of those. So my first hero, my first celebrity, my first black man that I looked up to was my father. And to this day, that's the first and foremost black man that I give any kind of regard to. You understand? And as you can see right there, there's myself, my brother, and of course, Papa. So my first salute, my first measure of respect is going to go to my father. And the key word that I'm emphasizing is father. And there's a reason for this. When Malcolm X came on the scene, for many of us, we were dealing with a time somewhat like what we're seeing today. Today, it's a whole nother level of insanity because there's so many other elements mixed in with the plight of black suffering and the struggle for self-determination, the struggle for revolution, the struggle for liberation, the struggle for things like this. It's a new atmosphere. So many different people trying to take a piece of the pot, trying to get in the way and make this cause something else. You understand? They don't care if they take immorality and make that something to represent the black cause. They don't care if it's something that breaks up the relationship between the black man and the black woman, the leadership of the black man in his home, the treatment of the black man towards his queen, the treatment of the black king from his queen, and so on. There's a whole breakup. They're going all out in trying to destroy us as a people, even to the point where they would try to eradicate us from the society. Maybe I'm not talking necessarily physically, but I'm talking about our very identity, who we are, what this means to be who we are. It would get to the point where there are so many other people who are now crossing the borders, however they want to get here, that we become obsolete, that we become non existent. We can't let that happen. We're here and we need to make sure that we hold down our ground, stand our ground, so to speak, and let it be known that we are present here and we're not going anywhere. In fact, we're going to increase, we're going to strengthen, we're going to become more solid, more unified, more all the things you're trying to break, you're trying to destroy us with with viruses. You're trying to destroy us with fake vaccines. You're trying to destroy us in so many different ways. You're trying to destroy us regarding our family structure, our ability to reproduce naturally between the husband and the wife. You're trying to destroy us in so many different ways. You understand? So Malcolm X, in so many ways, bore the element of a national father. You understand? Because he was one of those who stood up and you could see him doing something. He wasn't just on the mic running his mouth. He was doing something. He was out there in the community and he sparked fire in the hearts and minds of brothers and sisters in those days. So much so that his voice echoes to this very day. Let me put this link in the chat here real quick so that while I'm talking and showing some things, you can entertain the link in the chat. Be mindful that this is Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black Social Media, which means to say that whatever we say should be in the parameters of consciousness and not some kind of mindlessness or heedlessness. So there are many people who have come on the scene, uh, either perpetrating the idea of leadership, perpetrating the idea of being about it, and yet they've done nothing but talk. Yet they've done nothing but get camera moments. And then there are a select few, like a chosen few people who have been authentic, who have been true to what they stand for in the face of it all, in the face of hypocrisy, in the face of people who are from our own people hating on them, shaming them, accusing them. And it just makes you wonder the kind of things that ended up being what took this brother Malcolm X, Malik El Shabazz, out of the picture. In the terms of my belief, Malik El Shabazz was a martyr, right? Was a martyr, was a person who died in the struggle. Some people are killed and they're not necessarily martyrs. They were simply killed not because of what they were doing, but because of something unrelated. Martin Luther King, you can say he was a martyr because he was killed for what he was doing. Malcolm X was killed for what he was doing. And the entities that killed him, notwithstanding some of the propaganda that surrounded them, were entities that don't have our interest at heart to this very day. It's easy to put gimmicks and whatnot in front of your antics, in front of your crimes, so that you aren't directly identified as the perpetrator. But the people of knowledge amongst our people, we know better. We know that you've been at us from day one. You've been at any of us who refuse to tuck our tails, who refuse to bow down to you and accept you as some kind of God over us. No, you are not our God. You're not even a manifest likeness of our God. In no form or fashion do you even have the qualities or qualification to manifest as a God upon us. You're an imitator, imposter, hypocrite, demon, devil, Satan. That's what you are. And I'm talking to the devils that may be viewing and the devils that may be taking in a hearing. So when you want to talk about the true God manifesting amongst us, we have brilliant examples. in the likeness of Malcolm X, in the likeness of this brother right here, who is um, how I first even learned of Malcolm X. I'm talking about no other than the Honorable Messiah Marcus Garvey. This is what entered me into knowing about Malcolm X. It was me learning about Marcus Garvey. I've always been somewhat of a bookworm or somewhat of a person who gets inspired and motivated when I see real. When I see real people out there doing something, it motivates me. It lets me know that this isn't hopeless. If a day comes where I don't see anybody standing up in the face of oppression, I know that hell must be just around the corner. I know that the finale must be just around the corner if there's nobody else standing up. It takes a lot to stand up. It takes a lot because if you ever paid attention to the life of Malcolm X, and I'm gonna try to get a clip going on here. If you ever paid attention to the life of Malcolm X, whether it be through reading, we've been reading about it recently, or autobiographies or documentaries, you can always tell that this is a brother who was always focused on his objective. He wasn't concerned about the naysayers. He wasn't concerned about the people who might have some a bone to pick with him. He wasn't concerned if his moving in the right direction might step on some shoes that had other agenda. You understand? He wasn't concerned about any of that. You ain't even about the right thing. You sitting there milking the movement, milking the moment, and not really being about the right thing. So when Malcolm X comes up and says, "Look, we got to stop sitting around and playing around like we, sitting on our hands like we got all the time in the world. We need to step up and get out here and do something. Start building alliances, start traveling around, making some friends because these devils don't want us existing. You understand? They don't want us. What I'm saying is, yeah, they for you guys to think that everything is sweet and nice, they like that you physically exist, but they want you mentally enslaved so that you continue to benefit their interests. They don't want you to become an independent nation of people to where you're saying, look, you have no authority over us. We are a people of ourselves. We are a people of self-determination, and that's that. They don't want that kind of community because that kind of community you can't control. That kind of a community you've got to make negotiations. You got to make treaties and things like that. You got to make transactions and sign at the dotted line, stuff like that. You can't just tell them to do whatever you want them to do because they're not going to do it unless the price is right, unless there's agreement going on where you identify them and they respect you as a nation, you respect them as a nation. They don't want that kind of black man and that kind of black woman. So Malcolm X was an obstacle. You understand? When you got these other jokers, these other jacks or whatnot that are on the scene, these people, these clowns, they could speak on the behalf of these devils because they're going to speak like you like to hear. They're going to speak words that are soothing to you, make you feel like you're loved and cared about by a faction of the devils. But all in all, there's still a mouthpiece of the devils. I don't have to name any names. You know who they are because they always show up at the same times for the same reasons in our time, in those times. In Malcolm X's time, they were doing the same things. So Marcus Garvey is another good example of someone who was doing something, who has a track record of things. You can look him up and find things that he did that were in an effort to build his own people up. Malcolm X was doing something. He had alliances. If you want to understand why some of these rulers overseas have been killed off, you understand? You got to understand what kind of people were assassinated and killed off overseas. The people that were killed off, these were revolutionary leaders who were striving hard to break free from the chains of colonialism in Africa or other places where people might have we could work something out with you brothers and sisters, you black brothers and sisters over there. We could work something out. We see you, we recognize you, we identify. They don't want us to be recognized, family. The devils don't want us to be recognized. The moment we could get recognized anywhere in the world is the moment we become free and become a nation of our own. The moment we can be recognized, they don't want us to be recognized. And I imagine that these are the type of dealings that allow them to keep on oppressing our people in this land to this day. You understand? When you think about, comparatives, think about the battle of Ukraine and Russia, the battle of Taiwan and China, where these countries are saying, well, these are our people. This is our land. This is our territory. It's kind of what they're trying to do with us. But the difference is, in the case of Ukraine, those are actually Russian natives over there that are involved in that. Those are actually native Chinese people over there in that island of Taiwan. We're not native British. We're not native Portuguese. We're not native Spaniards or French. We are native Africans. We are Native Americans or descendants of thereof. You understand? We are these people. You understand? So it's not even on the same playing field when we're saying that, look, we don't want, we want to go separate ways. You said we are free. We're wanting to cash in on that. Let's hear what Brother Malcolm X has to say. And another thing that I want to emphasize with this National Malcolm X Day proposition, or this national, and it's not only me saying this. There's been other people I've looked at across the net that have been talking about this. But we need to move in the way where we're not looking for compliments from white folks or affirmation from people who have to say they are allies or supporters of the black cause, things like that. We don't need any of that. We don't need any of that. And one of the quotes that I can recall from Brother Malcolm X is him identifying that, like, look, there's nothing you can do for us. Whatever you do, that's you doing that for whatever your intention is. But nobody amongst us that are about this revolutionary path, we're not asking you for anything. We're not asking you for anything except for to leave us the heck alone. That's it. Now, let me get in here. Let me minimize. Let me take this Garvey picture off. By the way, while I'm getting ready to get this video up, the image you see behind me is an image of my father's last house. This is an image of the last house my father lived in. What you see down there with the doors, there used to be two doors, and we had the upper area of the building. That was the last image my father lived in, and so I can say I lived in that house at about age 5 years old. The reason why I'm showing you that picture is because when I look at my father's last house, it reminds me of someone else's childhood home. And let me do this so you can see the image. It reminds me of Brother Malcolm X's childhood home. It's not exactly alike, but you can see where you have the positioning of the I can't think of the name of the way that window is shaped. There's a name for that, but the positioning is the same. And so when I looked at that, it made me think of my father's home. And like I said, to many of us, Malcolm X presented a leadership fatherly role amongst us. He was a true authentic leader without any shadow of a doubt. um so that's why I started off with my father's home. So going in on this National Malcolm X Day, we have to start pushing things in a way that represents our determination to make it so. You understand? And again, not looking for any compliments from other people's. I mean, I'm not saying that we have to be disrespectful to them if they do, if they say, yeah, that's a good idea, way to go, whatever. Okay, whatever. But I'm not. We're not. We don't need to look for that. We got to stop feeling like we need to. Like when you scroll on IG and TikTok and some of these channels, we we get thrills off of seeing white folks speak about us in a favorable way, showing our pain, we're talking about our cause, and you see all these hundreds of likes, like, yeah, that's a white guy or white gal that's down for our cause. So what? So what? And I'm not saying that to be mean, but it's not. If they do it, they do it, but it's not essential for what we need to be going for. What we need to be going for is a look within. You understand? Because they could do all that kind of stuff, but if we don't have any love for one another, their efforts mean nothing. Their efforts mean nothing. Malcolm X came to work for his people. He didn't come for anything else. There's nothing you could do to help. There's nothing we need from you. We're not asking you for nothing. So please step aside because we've got business amongst our own people to deal with. So let's see here. Let me start with this one right here. Give me one quick second here. So I'm hoping that you're understanding what I'm getting at here, because this is what this brother strive for. See, is they can't do to Malcolm X what they did to brother Martin Luther King. What did they do to brother Martin Luther King? He was a revolutionary too, but his path required he had to go through some things to understand some things and learn some things. And he also had the elements that were tying him to his religious beliefs, his religious viewpoints, and that also affected his way of how he moved. You understand? But because of that, it required him a little bit more time to realize that, look, this approach that he's going about things is not going to work. And he's quoted as saying, I fear I've led my people into a nightmare. You understand? A nightmare. I'm paraphrasing. You can look up the quote, but he said these type of words, um, implying that he realized that this is a mistake. You know, trying to get us to blend in and sink in and integrate with a people who aren't us when we were taken from our own nationhood, our own identity, our own people, our own what it means to be a community. We were taken from that and then forced into being amongst the people against our will. Where's the freedom in that? Where's the freedom in you forcing me to deal with you forcing me to accept living on the same street as you if I choose I don't want to? You forcing me to see you as, I don't know, whatever to see you as I see myself. I can't do that. I'm not saying you don't have a right to exist. Any issues that you may have, you're going to have to take that up with the Most High. If you're feeling uncomfortable about your existence, you've got to take that up with the Most High. I didn't do those things to you. You understand? I didn't do those things. I didn't. I didn't put you in an environment that resisted your existence. I didn't do these things to you. So don't get mad at me because the Most High decided to make me a descendant of those who were melanated. Don't get mad at me for that. You understand? We are humans, and as a human being or a kind of human being, we have the ability to be able to find ways and solutions for our problems. So maybe you should take on some of those solutions to our problems, to your problems, you understand, rather than treat us with tyranny, treat us with oppression, and keep us locked under your knee, locked under your foot, under your enforced authority. You understand? And it just shows the hypocrisy that you have across the world, where you're going across the world telling the world how to operate, when right at home you are oppressing the people every single day. Every day that you refuse to let us go and let us be free, you are the world's greatest hypocrite. And you wonder why we call you devils. Here are let's start with this one here. Okay. And before I start, by the way, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Before I show that, if you guys do not buy some of this tea right here, we're going to have issues. We're going to have issues if you guys do not get a hold of some of this tea. Let me refresh the screen. If you guys do not get a hold of some of this tea, this is on the shops on souljourneyoflife.org. If you guys do not get a hold of some of this delicious tea, I've been drinking this tea. Well, in addition to my my cold brew of coffee here, I've been drinking this tea, and I'm telling you, if you have a good cup of that tea, get past all these little advertisements. If you have a cup of that tea with some honey, add the honey. It comes with two can't even speak, complimentary sticks of honey. You've got two varieties. You've got the rose purple basil, and you've got this the cardamom clove right here. Two varieties. And I guarantee you that you will enjoy it. It comes with the 2 sticks of honey, complimentary honey, and packs of creamer, so that you can enjoy it how we enjoyed it when I was in East Africa, in Djibouti. This is the way they enjoyed it, and I guarantee you that you yourself will enjoy it. So be sure to go over to souljourneyoflife.org/the shops. Go to the shops and get some tea. Get some tea. All right, let's go over here and let's share this tab right here. Let's share this tab. Put this over here. This one's audio, or so it has some music going on. Top 10 quotes. Let me start that back. I wanted to read that out. So the future. This is a quote. One of the quotes of Malcolm X. The future belongs to those who prepare for today. The future belongs to those who prepare for today. You understand? All the complaining that we could do in the world won't mean anything until we take the right steps to make a difference. And guess what? This starts at home, believe it or not. Rather than send your children off, for example, to the same tired, bogus public school system so they could be programmed and brainwashed all over again, why not start to establish community schooling? Umar Johnson had it in the right mind. He had it in the right mind of trying to establish a community school. Okay, but we need to echo elements like that. Come together, put your dollars together in your community, and erect a school for your own people, with your own established teachers and tutors, with your own with your scholars that you have a respect for. You understand? We start doing for ourselves. Why is this important? Because you start raising your solutions. You understand? You start to raise your solutions from the cradle. Why wait for them to go through all that brainwashing, go through all that madness, for us to have to go through explaining this all over again, and for them to, oh, what's going on? For them to go through all that again. Start there. Start there. And the more of us that start doing that, imagine the next generations. The next generations are going to more likely to be revolutionaries, not thugs, not gangsters, not any of this, but revolutionaries. Like, look, man, They'll come at you like, well, father, mother, if this is the truth, if this is the way, then I need to do certain things. I need to make certain moves. I need to think a certain way. I need to move a certain way. That's what your children are going to start doing. They're going to be compelled because they won't have all these other hangups holding them down, all these bogus fears and divisions that hold us down in our time while we can't even be divided. A man can choke a brother out and get $2.5 million the next day to represent his legal fees and interest. $2.5 million, more or less, how the numbers may be off, but it was over $2 million from his community. I'm not hating on his community for that, because that's the way, that's what they should have, that's what they should do. They should have his back. He's wrong, but his people should have his back. And if they are about business, they deal with him. He's still a criminal. The man, that white man's still a criminal. But they should say, okay, we're not going to let them deal with you. We're going to deal with you. But we have a hard time just crossing the threshold of $400 million or $400,000 for one brother, 70 something dollars, under 70 something dollars for another brother. We have a hard time. And that's over months of fundraising. Let me put this fundraiser out here for you so you can understand what I'm talking about. Let me encourage something here. For example, free ozone, otho.org. Where's your money at? Where's your money at? If you don't want to buy some tea, well, go put some of them dollars, go put some of them Big Mac dollars on this otho.org. Go put some money there. Okay, you did that. Okay, well, how about that other Big Mac meal? Go to justiceforgmj.com and put some money there. I'm talking about people who are now behind bars, suffering or whatnot, because they stood up, because they weren't cowards, because they wanted to do something. A man can choke a black man out, a black man who's got mental mental issues or whatnot, and within that week get over $2 million from his peoples. But we can't even cross the threshold of $500,000. Come on. But we got all this money to do everything else. I'm telling you, I've watched the shop, so I know what I'm talking about. I've watched how we get down. Priorities, family, priorities. The future, see right here, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. That's going to cost you some money. That's going to cost you some money. That's going to cost you saving the lives of some of the heroes of today, getting them out of there, representing their legal fees, having their back when when the drama hits the fan. Stop leaving our people to the wolves. Stop turning our back on our brothers and sisters who stand up. You understand? Stop turning away. I mean, you wonder why they say the chosen few. Because only a few people really do what it takes. Only a few people are willing to do what it takes. Let's continue. Go right there. There we go. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. I'm just moving something around here, pardon me. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. There, I was just talking about education. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it when? Today. We prepare for today. It's important that we cite these quotes from Brother Malcolm X. Why? Let me tell you something. We recite ancient quotes of our ancestors, whether it be from prophets, from the sages, from adepts. This was our way. We were doing that. We used to sing them in songs, sing them in poetry, sing them in rhymes, dance to them to the beat of the drum. This is our way of keeping what's important to us passed down. Our children should know every quote that we have right here from Malcolm X. They should be able, if you want to really educate your children, they should be able to tell you about Ivan Van Sertima. They should be able to tell you about Runoko Rashid. They should be able to tell you about Noble Drew Ali, Marcus Garvey. They should be able to tell you about Shaka Zulu. They should be able to tell you about I can't even think of his name right now, but the richest brother of Africa. They should be able to tell you about Akhenaten. I'm not just talking about little image, little 5-second images. I'm talking about they should be able to break it down. You understand? Break it down who these people were, their relevance, past and the present. You understand? We should be able to say these things because guess what? What do you think for you Muslim brothers and sisters? What do you think hadiths are? Hadiths are quotes of the Prophet Muhammad. What do you think we have in the Bible? You have people reminding us of what those who were in those days had said. And the Tao Te Ching, quotes from Lao Tzu. If you look ancestry, if you look through our history, you will find time and time again where we constantly would echo forward the names of our heroes, what they were about, and things they used to say. These things need to be a part of our curriculum. I don't care about what Christopher Columbus did. He means nothing to me. His exploits, the only relevance he has to me is me knowing that he was a devil who profited off of my ancestors. That's the only thing that matters to me. He might be, let him be a hero for them. For them, he was a hero because he got some of their work done for them. But for us, he is a devil. He's a wicked, terrible, tyrannical man. There's nothing heroic about him. And if ever we have a community anywhere, that's definitely not a statue we would ever have. That's for them. He's a hero to them. When you have devilish ways, you look up to people who achieve things through their devilry. That's just what it is. So yeah, for them, he's someone to look highly upon. For us, he's a devil. He belongs to the lowest depths of hell. Christopher Columbus means nothing. George Washington means I don't care what he did. It means nothing. He didn't have anything about my ancestors at heart or in a favorable, except for those who he was able to benefit off of. If they were concerned about my ancestors, we would have a nation right now, side by side. Yeah, they would have occupied, got their piece of the pie. We would have had a nation too. Hey, we just need y'all to build these buildings for. Okay, fine. We need this amount of money. It's going to cost this much gold. And while you're at it, why don't we have some of this space over here for ourselves? They didn't do that, did they? No. They didn't do that. Instead, they made us subjected. They made us work against our will. So I'm asking you, Mr. History teachers, what relevance does any of that have for us as our children sit in your schools, hearing you not talk about the Yoruba, not talking about the Soninke, not talking about the Ishan, not talking about the Fulani, not talking about the Omex, not talking about the Zeptecs, not talking about the Shawnees and the in the mixed tech, not talking about the people who were here and the people who were there before your fool Christopher Columbus accidentally arrived. Not talking, we don't care about all that. We want to sit in that class and hear something that means something to us. Let us have, here we go. That's the thing I'm trying to get us to eradicate. I'm not asking them to let us have anything. I insist. You need to insist. We need to demand that this is our divine right to have what means something to us. Why do we keep? Please let us have in your school. Let us have somebody talking about our story. They don't give a darn about our story. It's their school. So stop doing that. Put your money together, put your resources together, and erect from your community a community school, and therein let's talk about Akhenaten, Amenhotep. Let's talk about the samurai warrior, the black samurai warrior. Let's talk about the ancient black Chinese. Let's talk about the ancients of America who established pyramids over here too. Let's talk about what's going on in the Grand Canyon, what was going on there ancestrally. Let's talk about all these. They start just opening up books, opening up archives, opening up artifacts. We're going to need some of them artifacts that you stole from us back. Let's start talking about some of these things in our own school that we establish for ourselves, not looking for any pleas or permissions or bending over with our hand out asking them for nothing. If you exist, you have a right. You have a right to be what you are. How could it be anything else? You're telling me that I was born into this world just to be subjected by a people who aren't even what I am? That's my whole purpose of being, is to be subjected by a people who aren't even me. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Very powerful one right here. This is a popular one, very popular one. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. If you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. Many of us are just taking up space, sadly. The only thing we're concerned about is the entertainments and greeds and lusts that we can chase after to satiate our appetites for the moment. We're not concerned about any descendancy. We're not concerned about establishing anything for the long term dynasty. We're not concerned about creating an empire for ourselves. We're not concerned. Many of us aren't concerned about that. We're concerned about the little kibbles and bits that we get from day to day. Planting nothing, growing nothing, harvesting nothing, but taking whatever it is that the slave master has to offer and being happy with that, being satisfied with that. So they stand for nothing. They stand for nothing. See, the thing about, let's say you do die, let's say you do become a martyr because you stood for something. At least you lived a life worth living. At least you lived a life worth living, and you weren't just taking up time and space, wasted space in existence. Here we are, planet Earth, 8 other planets going around the sun, billions of other stars in the galaxy, other galaxies, big gigantic universe. And all you did while you was manifesting on Earth was take up time and space for nothing, a waste of existence, not even worth the breath that you manifest. That's not the life that I want. That's not the type of script that I want to be abiding by. You understand? That's not the type of document of my life that I want to hand it back to me. Like, yeah, you didn't do anything. I mean, I see PlayStation there. I see the movies there. I see you tricking over here. I see you doing that over there. But anything that means anything, you don't have any descendants that are able to carry out anything. You don't have anything established. You don't own any land. You don't own any. You haven't established any schools. You weren't supportive of any community efforts. You didn't do nothing but take up time and space. So heck no. Why would we want you anywhere else in the kingdom of heaven? Why would we want you? Why? You are a waste of time and space. Get up out of here. That's not the kind of document, that a divine document, that I would want handed to me, family. So he says, and I'm reading. I'm just letting you know now, fam. I'm reading this scripturally, sacredly, because for me, this is a hero. This is the person you saw, or your elder saw in their time, standing up, actually doing something. He was seen doing something. It wasn't a mystery. It wasn't in question. You understand? It wasn't something to cast doubts or suspicions about. It was known that Brother Malcolm X was about that business. You understand? When you see, like I said, Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, you knew these brothers were about that business. And that's why the enemy knew that too. So I'm dealing with this sacredly. Because when righteous people speak, you better believe their their speaking is backed by the Most High. Because when people are about the right thing, about righteousness, when people are about the truth, when people are about the cause, when people are not cowards, when people are true warriors, true revolutionaries, and stand up, you better believe that they've got the backing of the Most High. You understand? What you think that these hypocrites, these devils, these people who are trying to shade everyone, trying to trick everyone, bamboozle people, use people, mentally enslave them, and so on, poison them. You think these people are divinely backed? You think these people got divine favor or something? If not now, then when? If not me, then who? That kind of a statement right there, that's a statement you should look in the mirror. You should look in the mirror and say these words. This is the book of Malcolm X, family. Look in the mirror and say these words back to the one who you're looking at. Because that's telling you in so many ways. It packs, don't procrastinate, don't hesitate, don't be afraid. Do it. When you know what's right to do, when you know the right step to take, don't wait. Do it now. Do it now. And not this person or that person, but you. Who are you waiting for? The savior you're looking for is the one you will see in the mirror. Everybody looking for some savior. Everybody waiting for a savior. Go into your bathroom and look in the mirror and find your savior. Go into your bathroom or get your wallet out or your purse out. If you got a purse, dig in that purse because you look at it anyway. Dig in that purse and look at your savior. There's your savior. You want to know where your savior is at? There is your savior. When that savior wakes up and recognizes the savior that's looking back at him, then your life gets saved. You are able to be about it. You are able to be about that business and make a difference for yourself and for everyone else. You understand? For yourself and for everyone else in the community, because then you become in sync with what it means to exist in the first place. You become part of the solution. He said, if you have no critics, you'll likely have no success. Very powerful. One of the first thing you saw when ones like Garvey, brother Grandmaster Jay, I'll even use Umar Johnson. When you see that they're starting to get in a roll, the motivation is starting to build up. One of the things that you'll know that authenticates them is the behavior of their enemies, how their enemies treat them, what their enemies have to say. What do the enemies have to say about these brothers? When Marcus Garvey was on the scene, what was his opponent saying? His success was too much like right. That too much like right is in their way. Because here's the thing. When you're about the real thing, there are people who look like they're doing what you're doing. They look like it, but that's not why they're there. They're there because, oh man, this is a money grab time, or this is an opportunity to get some kind of aim or fame or whatever. They're not there for what you're there for. You're there because you're about that business. You see a problem, you're trying to be a solution for your people. They're not there for that. When Brother GMJ was out there, boots on the ground, trying to be a solution to his people, but there were people who that was in the way of. You understand? You see Brother Umar try to erect the community school, but there are people who are in the way, people who are hating. When you see Umari, the leader of the Uhuru movement, being about it, you see people in the way, people trying to frame him and put him on like a terrorist watch list and whatnot. Because when you're too much like right, you're in the way of people who want to be able to have what you have, but not for the purposes that you're striving for. They want your powers. They want your talents and abilities because for them, they would want to use all of that to reap, you understand, the benefits of the world. You understand? The wealths of the world, the usuries of the world. Nothing else. Nothing else. You understand? That's why you'll see some of these hypocrites, like I said, they pop up whenever there's something big enough in the black community that goes on, then they'll pop up because there's something lucrative for them to milk. They're not there for you. They're there to speak the voice of the Satan and go home and get their paycheck. But real people, paycheck or no paycheck, this is in their mind when they sleep. Their heart beats revolution. You understand? Their mind every day is like this. To go against that, you understand, what is like fatal to them. You understand? It will give them headaches to even think about resisting what's in their heart. I'm talking about the real revolutionaries. You understand? To get up here to do any of this. Shout out to all those people who get up and be about any of the right things in this revolutionary movement. They get up. This is what's on their mind. When they go to their family, this is what's in their heart. You understand? Whether it be in their inner circles of the family or externally out in their communities. When they go out, they're still doing business. When they go home, they're still doing business. There's no rest for the righteous. So if you have no critics, you'll likely have no success. If nobody's complaining about what you're doing, if nobody has issues with you, you might not be on the right side of things. Because if you look, nobody really complains about people who are ill-willed, people who are about shenanigans. They get puffed up, propped up, lifted up, exalted, glamorized and everything. But most often, most of the people that are really truly about anything, you have to dig out to find it. You have to look, comb through books, comb through literature, comb through YouTube videos, comb through all this stuff to find out that they're even doing anything. I salute brother Cult Figure TV. He's been on breaking down with his commentary the truths of the news. You understand? It takes a lot of courage and insight to be able to do that. I point him out because there were some elements going on in South Africa where the leadership was doing notable things, but they didn't want to talk about that in the mainstream news over here because that was too much like right. That was too much like supporting something that was the right thing to do. You understand? If there was some dirt, they would love to blast that or love to twist the scenario or love to distort it and make it into something else. Such be the nature of a devil. For those of you who think that the devil is not, you need to open your eyes. And we need to get to the point where we stop being afraid to call the devil what the devil is. The devil is real. It's not some spook hidden behind your garbage can. It's that man. Plain and simple, because you don't know no one else on the face of this earth that does the dirt that this man does. You don't know nobody else. You've never heard of anybody else. You've never seen anybody else oppress anybody like that. Like the Asian woman said on a YouTube channel. I wish I could find it real quick. Like the Asian woman has said, look, China had slaves, China had all these different things, China even colonized, but nobody in humanity enslaved anybody like the Caucasian did. Nobody's enslaved anybody on the planet Earth. Nobody has oppressed like this devil has oppressed. Nobody. You can't look in the history books and find any comparative to these actions. To this day, we're still ruled by the same devil. To this day, we're still ruled. How are you free if you're still under the authority of someone else that's not you? How are you free? China is ruled by Chinese people. It's a Chinese man at the top of that. Russia is ruled by a Russian. It's a Russian at the top of that. What the heck is a white man doing ruling a black man? Tell me how you're free. Tell me how you're free. Where is the freedom at if you're still ruled and you can't even make a holiday for yourself without asking them for permission? You can't nationalize your own holiday because you want to, because this is you, you're here too. Okay, let's say we're all just getting along. We're all one nation. Well, guess what? We're here. We say we need National Malcolm X Day. And that's what's going to be accepted because we're free, right? We're free. So why do I need to ask you, Mr. White Man or white woman, whoever's in charge for that department, for permission to establish any of this? The fact that I have to do that tells you, reveals to you that we're still subjects of a form of enslavement. You will know that you're no longer a slave or a subject of a form of enslavement when they are no longer authorities in any kind of way over you, period. People don't realize how a man's whole life can be changed by one book. I'm going to tell you something about that too, because I definitely agree. I was in a situation in my life that was a very challenging one. You understand? And nobody, you know, nobody was there for me, for my own people, for my own family. And the type of person that I was not a person that I would be proud to talk about when I was in my teenage years. Hard headed. I'm still hard headed, but for a different purpose, a different reason, and just not having a perspective. But when I read when the Quran was presented to me, now I had a Bible and I read the Bible, but I didn't connect yet with the Bible. Understand what I'm saying? Because for me, soul journey of life is a very sharp edged path. Is a type of path that is receptive to knowledge. You understand? Wheresoever I turn my face, I'm not um what I want to say single-minded or simple-minded in that. So I'm receptive to all kinds of people when they come with knowledge. I respect knowledge wherever it be. You understand? It just so happened that at that time in my life, it was the Quran that woke me up to etiquette, to moral character, righteous behavior, thinking about other people, not being selfish, being charitable, being consistent with certain types of acts and things like that. It was the Quran that did that. Now, and then when I looked back into the Bible, I saw that these things were already going on in the people that were talked about in those stories. So it only reinforced it. But my point in saying that is that each of us have a point in our life where we come across either moments, books, people, individuals, inspirations in our life that changes our whole outlook on everything that you see in your life. Your whole idea about what it means to go, what it means to be, what it means to do is redirected, refreshed, and you're like, "Oh man, all this, you mean that all this other stuff that I was doing that was off the way." So it's what cleaned me up. It's what cleaned my mind up and made it so that I could focus long enough so that if you had some other wisdom that I wasn't familiar with, I could hear you. Prior to that, I was too hard-headed to hear anything. I could hear you then. Oh, so you mean, and I could hear you. And that's a shout out to my Hebrew brothers. That's a shout out to my brothers of India, my brothers of who take on the way of the Buddha, those who take on the way of the Tao, those who take on all these various named ways. You understand? At the end of the day, for me, there's a language that I hear when I talk to any of my brothers, and it's that language that makes me their brother and them my brother. Is when I hear a certain conversation, I know that's my brother I'm sitting there with. I know that's my brother or my sister that I'm sitting there with. And I'm not concerned about the title that you present to me. I respect it because it's like respect your name when you tell me my name is such and such. I'm going to respect it because that's your name. That's what you told me of yourself. So when you say, "Well, this is what I am upon, this is my practice, this is what I believe, these are the truths that I stand on," I'm going to respect it. Like, okay, there it is. This brother, this is the truth that he stands on. So be it. Um, so people don't realize how much a whole how much a man's whole life can be changed by one book. And you should take that on so many different levels, not just a physical book, but just the book of your own life's experience. Like I said, them turning points in your life, them points in your life where you're forced to sit down and take a closer look at what you're doing. Because, and if anything, for me, if ever there was a proof that the Most High loves you, is when you're made to sit down and look. Because you're moving around so fast, so quick, chasing this, chasing that. Man, sit down. I'm not asking you questions. Sit down and look and listen. Reflect. Sit down. You've done enough moving around for the time being. Now sit down. Because you're someone that I love. You're someone that I have chosen. You're someone that I've blessed, and I have something that I want to lead you to and guide you to. You're someone that I have chosen. So I need you to sit down, because the way you're going to end up falling just like these devils. You're going to end up falling into the same mess that these devils are headed into. So I need you to sit down. That's what this means for me. Like I said, I'm reading these words of our brother, our late brother, Honorable Malcolm X, like I would read anything sacred. Like I would read any sacred word from any divine messengers, Muhammad, Yeshua, Musa, or Moshe, as some call him, Lao Tzu, Confucius, you name it. I'm reading these words just like I would read any of that, and taking it to heart just like I would read any of that, because for me, it comes from the same essence. It bears the same weight. It bears the same weight. People don't realize how a man's whole life can be changed by one book. About each other. Light creates understanding. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience, and patience creates unity. Yes, family. And you even I have to give a shout out to even his mentor. Because if it wasn't for the light that his mentor had, I'm talking about the honorable Elijah Muhammad. Okay. I have to give a shout out to his mentor. Yeah, they may have had different ways at a point in their life. That happens sometimes in our communities. We have to part ways. We get to a certain point in our life, we got to part ways. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, read the story of Musa and Al Khidr from the Quran. Read that story. And that's a story of two adepts, two wise men, two prophetic individuals, or godly men, righteous individuals, who were upon two different paths, but they were brought together so that one could learn from the other. But because of the nature of the one he was learning from was so vastly different, you understand, it ended up causing them to reach a point where they had to part ways. You understand? They had to part ways because at this point there was no understanding about that. You understand? So they had to part ways. And it was the understanding that the one was to get would come later once they realized what made them part ways. So, and that's what I'm saying. So I don't have any hatred towards Elijah Muhammad. I don't have any hatred towards Louis Farrakhan. I don't have any hatred towards any of these brothers. When I see people living day to day, and I see that none of us are perfect. You understand? Many of us have come a long way in our life. We've got all kinds of scrapes and bruises to show for. But when you see that people are trying to or striving hard to make a difference, and they've got the evidence to show, that's what you salute them for. Many of us, we look for something wrong. We look for something ill in another person to make us completely oblivious to the noble deeds that they've done in their life. You understand? We don't even notice that. We would have noticed, like, oh, you did this, or you married this person, or you did that. So what? So what? When it comes to dealing with our people, what did they do for us? What moves did they make that were in our favor that brought us to a greater advantage in the struggle? That's what I'm concerned with. Some people talk about the late Kevin Samuels, for example. To me, in his own field, he was a scholarly person. In his own field, take it or leave it. You can agree or disagree with him, but to me, he was adept in what he was on, and he had a purpose. It may not have been as convenient or packaged in the way that many of us would have liked it to have come, but it is what it is. You don't get to decide, you understand, how what comes to you is packaged. You understand? Just like when I'm born, you didn't get to decide how I was going to grow up and look. That was you weren't a factor in deciding what kind of child I would be, let alone what I would go through or experience. So you don't get to decide what arrives to you of me. You understand? Nor the language that I use to communicate to you. They say the brother Kevin Samuels' language was harsh and whatnot, and not always favorable to the sisters. Maybe so, but was he telling the truth in some of the things he said, or telling something off? If he was telling the truth in some of the things that he was saying, that's what you got to reckon with. You can't say, well, all these other things he said, I don't like, so I'm going to disqualify everything. But he told the truth in these things. Are we behaving like this towards one another in our relationships, or are we not? And you take this with each person. Louis Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad, all the people that we have agreements and disagreements with, and size up the things that they were truthful about, the things that you know without a shadow of a doubt, they told the truth. Some people are hating on Brother Grandmaster Jay. But was he telling you the truth in in those morning mentals and facts over the feelings? Was he speaking the truth or not? Because if he was speaking the truth, regardless of what you think about the brother's character or whatever, you've got to come to terms when truth is being told to you, because when truth is being told to you, that's the Most High speaking to you. And how dare you think that you could tell the Most High, I can't hear you because it came this way. I can't listen to what your truth because it came that way. Or a thief told it to me, or a burglar, or some type of criminal said it. So what? It's still the truth. It's still the truth. And you've got to deal with that. We keep making silly excuses of why not to do the right thing, namely moving closer towards unity, unification, striving for the right cause. Your life and death should be for the right cause, planting the ground, planting the seeds for a better life for our next generations, leaving them so where they have an easier way at the same battle that we're fighting, that they never give up. Our ancestors didn't. They died. They died in fights. Don't let them believe that not all of us were tucking our tails. Many of us were fighting battles over there, fighting on board, fighting once they got over here, and they kept on fighting. And guess what? We're still fighting to this day. Many of these groups that have been fighting, they're descendants of people who were already fighting before them. Descendants of fighters, descendants of warriors. The battle never stopped. If you want to understand the truth, we are still in a state of war. Was there ever a peace treaty that said to any of our communities that we came from, okay, the war is stopped. We're going to find ways to appease or to um, remedy you for the damage that was done. Has that been done? You hear that done to the Americans? You hear that done to any Nigerians or any Zimbabweans or any Benins or any of the countries from which our ancestors were taken from? You have you looked in history and seen any peace treaties of that sort? When you don't have a peace treaty, when you don't have any type of treaties, that means the battle is still going on. The battle is still going on as long as there's people that are continuing to be from the people who are the victims of that battle. The battle is still ongoing. Let's continue. Yeah. Again, we need more light about each other. about each other, family. That's why I'm saying, again, you can't choose what vessel is going to hold that light. There's a saying in the Quran, the God gives knowledge to whom he pleases. Not to whom you please, but to whom God pleases. You don't get to decide who gets that knowledge. Who are you? You don't get to decide who will know and who won't, and who gets to speak it and who doesn't. I mean, you do get to decide who you hear, who you listen to, but if your heart is one of those of God consciousness, you're going to hear the voice, regardless. You're going to hear it. You understand? Real recognizes real. Real recognizes real. Plain and simple. So we need more light about each other. We need to be able to recognize it in each other, especially when we know that the person that each other when we see the realness, we need to become closer to those type of people. Light creates understanding. When we're closer to one another, we build about an understanding. We become more family. We start becoming more one. You understand? So much that it's like we're the same, like we're just one individual and not just separate entities broken up into sets and divisions. Understanding creates love. Love creates patience. When we love one another, we're more tolerant, we're more patient with one another because we understand what we're going through. Yeah, there are things we're just not going to tolerate, but there's certain things we have to have patience because we know we're going through a certain time right now. Well, if ever we needed patience, it would be right now. Patience creates unity. So early in my life, I had learned that if you want something, you had better make some noise. That kind of reminds me of that old saying, closed mouths don't get fed. If we want self determination, if we want true liberation, true freedom, silence is not going to be the solution. The more noise we make about this matter, the more it starts to become global. And the more global it becomes, the more effective it can become, the more potential allies take an ear and provide their support, the more we start getting closer to what we're striving for, to what our aims are. But if we're silent, nobody even knows. You don't know if a baby's hungry until he starts crying. When the baby starts crying, like, oh, what is it? What is going on? Uh, That's when you know that the diapers are dirty, or the baby's hungry, or whatever or the baby needs to be picked up and walked around a little bit because he's tired of laying in the same spot for hours. Noise. We started off being noisy. Why are you getting quiet now? We were born noisy. Think about that. We were born noisy. We become adults, and also we want to get all quiet and stuff. We want to get all quiet. Grown men and women, now we want to get quiet. But when you was a little baby, you got on your parents' nerves with all that noise you were making. You're not to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong, no matter who does it or says it. And I've said this before, if ever there were true patriots in this land, it would be the black man and the black woman, because our ancestors and even us to this very day have given everything of ourselves to make this country what it is to this day. And to this day, you see people trying to even hijack that and take those crowns from us. They don't even want us to have that. The truths that are clear, even when you think about our desires of today, our thirst for entertainments and whatnot. This has made so many enterprises prosperous because of us. They're rich because of our desires. They're rich because of our efforts. They're rich because of anything about us. They have become rich because we are here. They would not be as they are had we not been here. If we dance, they become rich. If we sing, they become rich. If we make something, they become rich. If we plant something, they become rich. If we build something, they become rich. So who's the true patriot of this land? Who's the true person who's really about this, who's shown that they've been really about this nation? Even even though the authorities and establishments have nothing of us in their nothing of us that's in our favor in their interest. Who's the true patriot? Not these people who want to put on these white skin faces and run around the Capitol, with all these "Make America Great Again" slogans or whatnot. They can't be the true patriots, not for us at least. Maybe for their own people, but they're not patriots for a nation that has other ethnicities in it, that boast of being a great melting pot, that boast of being an integrated society. I can't tell when you see the levels of brutality where not even the police have to do it anymore. Not regular ex-Marines. Anybody could kill us now, and it's no problem. Anybody could kill us now. Anybody could take our life and go home with $2.5 million to back them up if they need it. That's what today is. That's the worth of the value of the melanated blood in the United States of America. We're open hunting season, except those of us who insist on stepping up and make a difference, who refuse to accept an L. You understand? Who refuse to accept an L. I want to put this word back up here. National Malcolm X Day. Why? Because we said so. We didn't ask for any Caucasian authorization or approval. We don't need it. We're here too. You understand? We exist on this planet too. Chinese people go to Chinese leadership for approval of what they do. Russians go to Russian leadership for approval of what they do. And guess what the black people should be doing right now? They should be going to black leadership for approval of what they do, not you. So you're not to be so blind with patriotism that you can't face reality. Wrong is wrong, no matter who does it. Listen to that, you devils. Listen to that, you hateful people. Listen to that, people who hate the fact that we are melanated and exist and manifest as a melanated people. Wrong is wrong no matter who does it, no matter how you try to twist it, no matter how you try to spin it, no matter what lie you cover and smother it with, it's still wrong, and you're going to be held to accountable eventually, no matter what. Through us, through the Most High, through the earth, through the sun, everything is going to bear witness against you. We cannot think of being acceptable to others until we have first proven acceptable to ourselves. Yeah, we can complain about the treatment that the Chinese display upon us in Africa, or the treatment that these folks display upon us, and we can keep on complaining about it until we step up and insist that it can't happen anymore. I mean, imagine the turn of the tables if the young brother, the late brother Jordan Neely, while he was being choked out by this ex-Marine. Imagine if the goon squad came in. I'm talking about the melanated brothers just rolled up like, no, he done had enough. Get up off of him. If anybody's going to hold him down or restrain him, it's going to be one of us. But you go back and take your seat. The minute we start doing stuff like that, the minute we start taking charge and stop waiting for somebody to do something for us, the minute we start taking charge, family, then people who are respectable people will see reason to respect us. And even people who may not have respect, they will at least be able to say, okay, they're a force to be reckoned with. There's somebody that we need to pay attention to. They're a force to be reckoned with. But if we never respect ourselves, if we don't respect ourselves, if we don't look upon our, if the black man doesn't respect himself as a black man, if the black woman doesn't respect herself as a black woman, if the black man, black woman are not respecting one another, how can we expect anybody else to demonstrate the same to us? It's a contradiction in its own right. Here we are crying and complaining for all these types of treatments that we want for ourselves, but what are we doing to get it? What are we doing that gets it? So that's another thing. Sometimes we do things that don't get us to the goal. Those banners and flags and all that, that's not getting us to the goal. All that shouting and protesting in front of their buildings is not getting us to the goal. We've been doing that. Where's it got us? The only things that have ever gotten us anywhere are when the revolutionaries stood up. When this man right here stood up and did something, things started to happen. Moves were being made, changes were happening. When this brother stood up, when Garvey stood up, things started to happen. Moves started to be made, changes started to happen. But when people were just going up and down the street with banners and, you know, pleading and begging, what happened after that? They get hosed, they get sprayed, they get handcuffed, thrown away, and forgotten about. But the people who are true revolutionaries, these are the people that make stuff happen. My alma mater was books, a good library. I could spend the rest of my life reading, just satisfying my curiosity. That's another sword for us. That's another weapon that we must equipped with. Because they say, if you want to hide something, this is what they say. If you want to hide something from the black man and woman, put it in a book. You put it in a book, it'll stay hidden because most of us aren't going to pick it up to read. And I'm not just talking about reading something blindly. I'm talking about reading something in your pursuit to know. That means you read this, you compare it, you analyze it, you critique it, you know all of these things that bring about a scholarly effort. You do those things, and in so doing, you reinforce, you fortify your thinking capacity. It makes what you i- are about stronger. It makes your ground more solid to stand upon wherever you go, and wherever you travel in the world, you are an asset wherever you go. A scholar is an asset wherever he goes or she goes in the world. A fool, nobody wants you around. Nobody wants a fool around except for to laugh at, except for to make a mockery of. That's what you do with fools. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. But a scholar, everyone's got to show some respect. Everyone gets humbled, even if you don't even agree with the person. You feel a sense of humility of being around a scholar. Brothers that were around brother Malcolm X, they felt a sense of humility, those who knew him and those who were close to him. You get your freedom by letting your enemy know that you will do anything to get it. Then you'll get it. It's the only way you'll get it. Listen to that, family. The only way we will get free is by letting the enemy know. And that doesn't necessarily mean having a conversation with them. That's part of the battle. But actions is the other part of the battle. When you make the actions, when you take the steps and stand up, no cowardice, only courage, only knowledge, only wisdom. When you stand up and let the enemy know, like, look, this just doesn't happen anymore. It can't happen this way anymore. You can't keep taking our lives like this. You can't keep doing any of these things. We need to establish institutions for ourselves to police ourselves and keep our own selves in order. We don't need you here. We got this under control. With all due respect, we got this under control. We need to put. I was thinking of something here before I forget. we need to put ourselves in a situation where, as I mentioned earlier, like I was giving an example of National Malcolm X Day, where we start doing things, we start communicating in an imperative way, in a command, in a authoritative way, and not a subordinate way. Many of us to this day are still talking to these people in a subordinate way and not an authoritative way. There's a difference. The effect is different. When you talk to someone as though you are eye to eye or on the same level, if not greater than, as opposed to speaking of speaking to them like you're less than them, like they're greater than Mr. Officer. This is one reason. This is one thing I like about Brother Umar. He's people say he's arrogant and things like that, but I think the type of arrogance that he has, we need. We need to be able to qualify ourselves on, of our credentials, to authorize ourselves of what we are capable of. You understand? And when we approach whoever it is that we approach them in the position of authority, not in a position of some kind of subordinate. I'm not talking the same thing when you're talking about being in the presence of someone who knows more than you, someone who's scholarly, someone who who has the merits of being respectable. Honorable Malcolm X. That's someone that if he was present amongst us today, we would approach him with respect. When he approached Elijah Muhammad, he approached Elijah Muhammad with respect. You understand? When you approach your father or your mother, you approach them, if you're a respectable, righteous person, you approach them with respect, even if you don't even agree with them. I love my mother dearly. I don't always agree with whatever she's thinking, but I don't always agree with things she does and says. But guess what? I will never disrespect my mother. I will approach her with humility, with respect and honor, no matter what she does with her own life. You understand? Because that's my mother. I was in her womb for 9 months, not the other way around. And I don't have a womb anyway, but I was in her womb for 9 months. You understand? It was my father's sustenance that helped me to be nourished as I grew older. It was my mother's sustenance that helped me. It was my father's protection that helped me. So I would approach them with respect. If my father was alive, I would approach him. I would approach him with respect. And the same thing would be any of these venerable person. If I was able to meet Runoka Rashid or Ivan Van Sertima, if they were alive in our day, I would approach them with respect because these are people that I have a great gratitude that they existed. I have a extreme gratitude. When I met brother Grandmaster Jay, I have a respect for him. I saw what he did. I saw the things that he was doing, and I have a respect for him to this day. You understand? The same with any of these brothers and sisters. I have a respect for when I see people make leadership moves and take leadership actions. I have a respect for them. You understand? I have a respect for them. So when you say all rise to these jokers that don't care nothing about it, I don't none of that. I'm going to rise if someone is worthy of respect. If someone is worthy of respect. Otherwise, if I sit with you, I sit as your equal or greater than. Either I am greater than you or we're equals, but never less than. It's like brother Israel Adesanya. When he steps into that ring, he's stepping into that ring with his equals, not a subordinate. The only way he's going to know, or anybody in that ring is going to know if they're less than, is the results of that match. That's the only way they're going to know. If Israel's on his back, okay, well, the other dude was greater than. But if the other dude's on his back in that ring, the Israel's going to stand up knowing, like, look, yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. But we have to have that kind of courage as a nation. We have to have that kind of courage. We have to have that type of that stance and stop approaching things like little puppies with our tails tucked between our legs. Because we're not dogs. We didn't descend from animals. You understand? We descended from the breath of the Most High. Get that right. You will get your freedom by letting your enemy know that you'll do anything to get it. Then you'll get it. It is the only way, the only way, the only way you'll get it. No other way, family. No other way is going to work. All this other stuff is not going to work. That's what I'm saying. I don't even support all this other stuff because I know it's not going to work. I know this is the only way that's going to work. Nobody can give you freedom. Nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you take it. That's the way freedom works, family. It's not something that you should have to beg for. It's not something that um, has to be voted for. It's not something that is a privilege. It's your right. It's your God given, your divine right to have freedom. Nobody could give it to you. Nobody could give you freedom. Nobody could give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you take it. Plain and simple. The only way we are going to get freedom is by taking it. It's not going to come to you. You're not going to get it in the mail. It's not going to be voted for in the House of Congress. None of these approaches is going to get you freedom. The only way you're going to get your freedom is by this. This is the freedom. I have it. You can't take it from me without taking my life. Plain and simple. And if you take my life, you still didn't take it from me. You just freed me up even more. Back to education. Education is our passport to the future. Mhm. Education is our passport to the future. I'm just going to say it again. We need to heavily, heavily invest in community education centers, sponsored and established by our own people with no other person's hands involved. I'm talking about truly, authentically from us, by us school systems, operated by us, administered by us, uh, curriculum established and assembled by us. That's the kind of that's what our people need. Not looking for any approval. We can't have it where, okay, here's a curriculum. Now we got to send it to these people and see if they will approve our curriculum for our people. Is this okay? Can we teach our people this? Can we teach our people our story for our people? Is it okay with you if we teach our people our story? Is it okay with you if we teach our people, that Christopher didn't do these things that you say he did? Is it okay that we teach our people the truth about our story? Is it okay with you? Snap out of it. Education is our passport to the future. And we're not going to get any type of real anything except that we establish it for ourselves with determination. Self determination, family. By any means necessary. One of his most famous lines, by any means necessary. Everything that we're striving for, we strive for by any means, any way, anyhow. How are you guys going to go about it? By any means necessary. Whatever way, righteous way that gets us to the goal, that gets the job done, that doesn't cause us to sacrifice our values, sacrifice our principles, by any means necessary. By any means necessary. There's no other way. It's just, I mean, look, I know that there's some people who would like to candy coat and sweeten their choice of words and bend it so that they are politically correct. Or, oh, well, if you say this, that, and the other, you might get in trouble. So you got to, the heck of all that. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. Stop being cowards. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. Speak the truth to your people. Stop tucking your tail. We're not dummies.
We know how to understand what needs to be understood in unspoken words. You understand? We can get that message, but sometimes being direct is correct. Sometimes being direct, not cutting corners, not buttering up your words, not softening them, not making them, platable so that other people can be comfortable with what you have to say. No, the heck of all that. Like I said, a devil's a devil. You, melanated brothers and sisters, are the results of the breath of the Most High, passed down from generations to generations to generations. It was only the human being that this was done. You are the human being that this was done to. No other creature this was done to in this way. Nobody else was able, nobody else carries the breath of the Most High from descendant to descendant to descendant to descendant than the melanated black man or woman of the Most High. Like I said, chosen for a reason. Chosen for a reason, family. Chosen ones. It doesn't apply to everybody. And just because some people walk upright, if you trace your history, and I want to go in on this on one of these lives because there's some other information they keep exposing themselves. There's some other information that I want to break bread with to just drive in further that we're not the same people. We're not the same. We're not the same at all, family. We're not the same people. It is a big difference being melanated versus how it became that there are people who are not. This isn't by mistake. This isn't by chance. This isn't a random roll of the dice. This isn't because these people evolved here or these people did this there and then over time and we're just all the same thing. No, it's not that. No, no. We're a completely different type of being all together. We're a completely different type of being. You're a completely different type of being when you have the essence of the originator running through your whole anatomy from the beginning, from your first ancestor, your first foremost ancestor, when the first foremost ancestor manifested on this planet. That one, that mother, that father, what made them, brought them into being, it has descended into you. You were never a monkey. You were never an ape. You were never an alligator. You were never a bat, a bee, a baboon. None of that. You have always manifested as what you are. We have been higher in status earlier on. We were a bit higher, but what it is that we are, essentially, we still are to this very day. You still contain, you still carry, and your children will carry because you carry, just like your mother and father carried, and their mother and father carried the breath, the self of the Most High. It is what it is, family. And this isn't, I'm not saying this to be haughty or arrogant. I'm speaking facts. Water is wet, dirt is dry. I'm speaking facts. You manifest the breath of the Most High. I'm speaking facts. By any means necessary. You can't separate peace from freedom because no one can be at peace unless he has freedom. And that's what drives many of us wild in this land is because we're not free. We're not truly free. And because of the suffrage of the lack of true freedom, people try to find other ways to comfort themselves, to comfort the condition that we find ourselves in, the vanities, the entertainment, whatever's. You understand? The good and the bad. We try to find some way to comfort ourselves in the meantime. But none of this, none of the things you see from New York to California, from Brazil to Italy, from Zimbabwe to Hong Kong, none of the things you see are going to satiate the hunger that feeds on the nutritious freedom. None of these things will ever be able to be a substitute for that. Here we go. I have often reflected upon, Malcolm says, the new vista that reading has opened to me. I knew right there in prison that reading had changed forever the course of my life. As I see it today, the ability to read awoke inside me some long dormant craving to be mentally alive. Now, Malcolm X, the Honorable Malcolm X, was in prison, a physical prison. And in that time of incarceration, again, he had that awakening experience where the Most High is like, you sit down, let me do the talking. Many of us go through different kinds of prisons in our own life to where, like I said, we are made to sit down and be quiet and observe. It could be the hospital bed of suffering a critical injury that keeps you confined to the bed. It could be a moment of poverty. It could be any number of these things. You understand? You know, but we look at these times as opportunities, as a wake-up call. It's at that point in time when you start really truly waking up. I'm not talking about woke culture, none of that. I'm talking about truly being awakened, perceiving reality for what it is. It's during these times that you begin to really feel alive, mentally, spiritually, physically. And the more you start to become awakened to that level of knowledge, the 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 change that your hunger goes through, you become more hungry for that. Sometimes it makes you even a lonely person, to where the world doesn't really want anything to do with you, because to them you're boring, you're an eyesore. You know what about you? Because it contradicts what their drives are. It contradicts what they chase. When they chase the dust of this world, what you're doing contradicts that. When you're hunting for diamonds and gold in cosmic levels, that contradicts what their aims are. When you're hunting, when you're hunting for the solutions that are healing and soothing to your people, that contradicts what many of the people who chase the dust in this world are looking for. Chase light. We're almost done. Be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hands on you, send him to the cemetery. Malcolm wasn't joking around, family. Like I said, he was a real revolutionary. He wasn't biting. He didn't bite his tongue. He didn't candy coat, sugarcoat. This is a very straightforward thing. When I say to you, salam alaikum or shalom or hotep or peace be with you, I'm presenting to you an agreement that your peace I'm going to respect and honor as I would like you to respect my peace and honor. And even when it comes to these devils, I want to leave you alone. I'm not trying to bother you or get in your way, but I also don't want you to bother me or get in my way. You cherish freedom, guess what? I cherish freedom too. You say you like law abiding, guess what? I like law abiding as well. You say that you are a respectable person. Well, I enjoy being a respectable person too and offer you a hand of in respect. I intend to respect you as you are and desire you to respect me as I am. I don't want you to belittle me. I don't want you to see me as a subordinate or someone that's to be subjected to some kind of enslavement. I don't want you to see me as anything less than what I am. I want you to respect me for what I manifest: quality, quantity, morality, principles, values. I want you to respect me for what you see me manifest. Yeah, if I act like a dog, I can't expect you to respect me anything better than that. I'm not entitled to it. But if I manifest the Most High in your presence, I need you to respect me accordingly. Otherwise, if someone puts his hands on you, send them to the cemetery. I'm for truth, says Malcolm X, no matter who tells it. I've said that earlier because that's what I'm upon. This is, like I said, sacred words. You know when someone is speaking the truth, truth is from the Most High. Truth is from the Most High. When we manifest the Most High and our mouths open up, out comes words of truth. I am for truth, no matter who tells it. I am for justice, no matter who is for or against it. I am a human being first and foremost, and as such, I am for whoever and whatever benefits humanity as a whole. If you're about the right thing, you have nothing to worry about me, white man, white woman. If you're about the right thing, you have nothing to worry about me, Chinese man, Chinese woman. If you're about the right thing, you have nothing to worry about, Russian man, Russian woman. And even my own. If you're about the right thing, black man and black woman, from me as an individual, you have nothing to worry about. And instead, you see me as a benefit in your presence, as and not an obstacle, but a benefit. Read absolutely everything you get your hands on because you'll never know where you get an idea from. Right to my right here is a bookcase. You can't see it because I've got the background thing on. But I've got so many different types of books that I like to read, that I enjoy reading. And it's not always books that I like to read, but books that I find I should or need to read. And some of them may not conform to what the orthodoxy of those who say they believe as I do stand or accept, because I'm not a box. You understand? I'm not a I don't have a what I want to say. I'm not limited to wherever to my method of obtaining knowledge. If it's true and I'm able to be receptive to truth coming from it, I accept it. If it's useful, I accept it. If it's right, just I accept it. I don't care, like the brother Malcolm says, who is coming from, who is the one that's the messenger of it. I'm not concerned with who the messenger is. I'm concerned with what the message is. That's what I'm concerned with. Many of us are so stuck on who the messenger is and what the messenger did in their life and this person, that messenger. None of that matters. If let's say you love, let's say you like, let's say it was the other way around, you like the individual but you hate the message, then that means the individual didn't benefit you in any kind of way. It was a wasted experience. But no, I'm concerned about the message. In this case, it's both the messenger and the message that I have a respect for. I have a respect for the brother Malcolm and the words that the brother spoke. That's the optimum level of respect, when you can respect both what they say, do, and as they manifested as an individual. So read absolutely everything you get your hands on because you'll never know where you'll get an idea from. Many of us, our solution might be one page away. Your solution, our solution to what hinders us, our solution to our problem, our solution that would bring about a victory, true freedom, we might be just one page away from that solution. Mhm. Yep, that was it. That was it, family. That was a powerful one to leave on. Let me go back to that real quick. That was a powerful one to lead on. the lead, the end on. Read absolutely everything you get your hands on, because you'll never know where you'll get an idea from. Knowledge is powerful. There's no, there's no, way. There's no other way out of that. Once you, and the thing is once you start pursuing that path, it doesn't end. I'm telling you, it could be exhausting some days, because you get inspired, and you can get inspired so heavily that you don't even have a desire to eat or sleep. You don't even have. In fact, you start hating sleeping and eating sometimes. You get to the point where, like, man, I gotta sleep. You mean I've done exhausted this body so much I can't even keep on pursuing what is right before me, because my body needs to sleep, or I've got to eat, because if I don't, I'll become fatigued, I'll become weary. So I got to take the time out to eat. I've got to take the time out for socialization with other people. I've got to take the time out for all these different essentials for human growth, for human nurturement. It's life. But like I say before, I say so many times, none of it is without reason. None of it was without reason at the end of the day. And for me, it only bears witness of further evidence that our journey is so, in many ways, just beginning. Just beginning, family. You're 90 something years old, and your journey is just beginning. You're 90 something years old, and your journey is just beginning. Family, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. I'm observing National Malcolm X Day, even if I have to observe it by my lonesome. It doesn't bother me. When I observed and studied and learned about Malcolm X, I saw a revolutionary. I saw a revolutionary without a shadow of a doubt. I saw someone who made a difference, and his whose works continue to make a difference. I saw what we need in our day today, and in our time today. Um, and that's why I have a respect for ones like Brother O'Malley of the Uhuru movement. You understand? Because you know this elder of ours, this respectable elder of ours, to this day continues to put in the work, even in the face of being made or pushed into being made an enemy of the state, to where they're trying to frame him and brand him and make him into something that he's not. Falsely accuse him. They're trying to build up a case against him. You understand? But he doesn't stop. He doesn't stop. So I have a respect for this brother. I also have a respect for Brother Umar Johnson. I know that there's people in the community who've had some issues with this brother, who've said some things, and have a distaste for his way about going about things. But from what I see a brother who still continues to push forward and who communicates in a way that shows that he's not afraid to speak his mind and to stand on his principles. You understand? So I respect stuff like that. Regardless of all the other stuff, I respect stuff like that. I have a respect for our brother Grandmaster Jay. And again, another brother who people, there are differences of opinion, differences of, you know, uh, 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 what people have to say about the brother. But from what I can only speak, you know, I can't speak something different than what I've experienced. I can't, having met the brother, having talked to the brother, you understand, having got to know the brother, you understand, I can't say anything different than what reflects my experience. You understand? I can only speak of my own experience. I I didn't meet an agent. I didn't meet some type of imposter or something. I met a revolutionary. And it's unfortunate that said revolutionary is behind bars right now. What's even more unfortunate is that a murderer can get 2.5, 200, over $200 million, whatever the number is, $200 million, and this brother can't even get to a million, can't even get past 500,000 over a series of months. A white murderer can murder a black man and get 2 million something within days. Within days. I'm just saying, family. I mean, we take pride in our skills in the basketball court. We boast on the mic. We boast on our hookup, our gear, our shoes, whatever. But look, they're showing us out right here. They're showing us out. They're telling us that our Big Macs, our next PlayStation games, all of our entertainments and whatnot, our new kicks are more valuable to us than us, because they didn't hesitate to step up for their own. They didn't hesitate. But we got too many cobwebs and baggage in the way that it slows us down. You understand? It really slows us down and hinders us from being able to make any real difference in our community. We are our own hindrance. For these things, stop blaming the devils. When I talk about these devils, it's not for any of this. It's for their acts of tyranny, for their murder, for their shame and despicable behaviors that they encourage upon us, that they try to program into our children. You understand? Their bigotry, all of these things. That's what I point my finger at the devil about. But when it comes to us, look at how divided we are. Look at how lazy some of us get. Look at the degrees of cowardice that we find amongst ourselves, to where we don't even stand up. At this point, there should be no fear. There should be no hesitation for communities to rise up the moment they see one of our people looking like they might be getting oppressed or about to bite the dust at the hands of one of these white folks. Just looking like, too many of us have personal interests, personal things that hinder us from doing the right thing. Oh, I don't want to get involved because I might lose my job. Or, oh, I don't want to get involved because this, that, and the other. So many traps and snares they've got us hindered with, that we can't even do the right things amongst ourselves. We can't even respond instinctively to a situation for fear of loss and want. For fear of loss and want, family. But it's these things that we really, truly need to snap out of. That we need to snap out of. So, again, I'm encouraging that every year there's a National Malcolm X Day today. I'm encouraging even more than that. And I'm not asking any white man for permission. Sorry. You can think of it what you want. But last I checked, I came out of my mother's womb a melanated child. I didn't come out of my mother's womb a Caucasian, a Chinese, or a Russian. And when I look all over the planet Earth, I see countries being led and ruled by their own people. Every time I look, I keep seeing this. And then I look over here and I keep seeing that someone that doesn't look like me is ruling over me, but they keep on telling me that I'm free. They keep telling me I'm free. I'm having a hard time believing any more of your lies. So because I'm having a hard time believing any more of your lies, I'm going to keep on insisting living as a free person. You understand? So if I'm going to respect my own people, I would consult my own people about National Malcolm X Day. And if my own people said, yeah, let's have National Malcolm X Day. Not Mr. Biden, not Mr. Trump, not Mr. anybody or Mrs. anybody else. I don't care about what their opinions are about Malcolm X Day, uh, Juneteenth, none of that. I didn't ask you for any of this. I don't want it from you. You understand? I don't. This isn't your thing. You understand? This is from us, by us, like anything else that comes from anyone else on the planet Earth. It's the way of life. I believe that the day that the NFAC put boots on the ground, that should be National Boots on the Ground Day or something of that sort, and there should be an observance for that. Just like they had for just like they have for Independence Day. They've got on their calendar Independence Day, Revolutionary Day, uh, you name it. We need our own days. We need our own. The day that we start manifesting self-determination, our Independence Day would be Self-Determination Day. We don't have it. I know many of us like to say Juneteenth is our Independence Day, but we're still not independent. We're still under the rule of our adversary. We're still ruled by them. They're still in positions of power over us. Until we have, until we are in power over us, we are not independent. We're subordinate and subjected. That's why the law is like it is. That's why they keep on taking our lives and putting their knees on our neck. That's why they keep on judging us the way they judge us in their courts of law, because in their eyes and in their system, we're subordinate. We're not equal in their eyes. You can't pull out, you can't walk down the street with a legally armed without them questioning you. You understand? Because you're not them. You understand? This isn't designed for you, it's designed for them. And the only demonstrations of that may come for you are those demonstrations that they want to politicize, or okay, see, we're not racist, we're not, things like that, where they can make a political element and make you believe that they mean you well. But they don't mean you well, and they show it again, and they'll keep on showing it, and they'll keep on showing it again and again and again. They will take from you, use you, abuse you, misuse you until you die, or until you do something about it. They're not going to stop. You think they're going to stop killing you? You think they're going to stop the brutality? You think they're going to stop because you cry and complain about it? You think you're going to stop? If anything, they want you to cry and complain about it. They want you to get to that point where, please don't do this to us anymore. What do you want from us? What do you want us to do? That's the kind of talk they want you to have. They don't want you to get to the point, you're not doing this anymore. If you take one more life, one more too many, then this is what we got to do. They don't want us to talk like that. They want us to plead and beg them for mercy. The hell with that. The hell, imagine dying like that. Imagine, because they don't care about you anyway. If they're going to kill you, they're going to kill you no matter what. They're going to take your life. If you're their mark, they're going to take your life no matter what. Imagine you died, you understand, with your tail tucked. I'm not talking about the type of dying where you die and you're pleading for your life instinctively. You understand? Like Brother George, he was pleading instinctively. It's your instinct to survive. You understand? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who cop deuces, who run the game long before all that gets to the dying point. You understand? They're ratting on their friends and whatever to save their neck, even at the expense of principles. I'm talking about violating principles and values. You understand? Going against what you stand solid on, what you're supposed to stand solid on. Tucking your tail, becoming a little hush puppy. Not talking about any of that. I would rather die knowing that I stood on my principles to the very end, as long as I humanly could possibly do that. As long as I humanly possibly could do that before basic instincts kicked in. You understand? Because when you're dealing with basic instincts, you're not held accountable for that, because that's something that your body it does. What George Floyd was doing, his body was that's the way that's what happens when you're about to die. You say things, you do things like that because you're trying to survive. Our nature is not to die. No one's going out there like, oh, I want to just die. No one's going out there like that. That's not our nature. Our nature is to live. Okay, but our nature is also self-preservation. Our nature is also self-preservation as a people, as a species. So that's why it's terrifying when you see your own likeness being killed and slaughtered. That should strike a nerve in anybody that has any sanity. If it doesn't strike a nerve in you, you've got to be insane. If you see a black man, one of what you are, being slaughtered, you understand, without any right or justification, that should touch some kind of nerve in the depths of your body. That should make you feel some kind of rage, some type of something. If not rage, fear, something. You got to be feeling something. If you're not a coward, rage, inspiration, motivation. If you're a coward, then fear, intimidation, whatever. But you should be feeling something. You shouldn't be seeing that and be like, oh, well, I got a movie to get to. Real, recognize real family. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Um, I have the link in the chat if you want to come and join and break bread with a brother for a few minutes. Hold on a second. The link is in the chat. Hold on. Because this is Malcolm X Day for me, at least. We can say it's unofficial because it hasn't been unanimously approved by the community leadership, the elders or whatnot. But as far as I'm concerned, enough of us has been talking about this type of thing, so it's pending our approval, pending our say so. You understand? Nobody else. Nobody else. So that's that. I mean, that's what we need to do. I'm telling you, we need to really come together. We need to have a nice cookout, a nice barbecue or something to come together and be like, look, let's take a look at this calendar. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm the type of person, when I'm saying revolution, it's from the ground up. We need more than just movies in our likeness or things like that. We need to look at our own systems for our own, like think of when Muhammad the Prophet established their creed. One of the things that they did was establish a calendar system of their own called the Hijra. Okay, so as opposed to the Persian calendar that they were going by before, they established the Hijra, and from then on, their people lived by the Hijra. When you look at all the things that people do when they're wanting to establish themselves and go into a different direction, look at the features that they do. Look at what they do. We learn from past experiences. Don't take that in mind. We've learned that, look, when we start to succeed, when we start to thrive and become a community, these devils start to hate it. But the thing that we were missing when we did that before was alliances. Alliances. Had we the proper alliances, then those folks would have thought twice about coming up in those areas, bombing us with helicopters and whatnot. They would have thought twice because they would have known they would have had to deal with the alliances also, the allies also. It wouldn't have, we got friends. You understand? Let me introduce you to my friends. We would have had friends. So I'm saying every move that we make, we reflect upon what our ancestors did, where they fell short or where they suffered. We look at ways to move about it differently. That's all this. All this. We need our own calendar system. The hell of that calendar system. None of those days represent anything that means anything to us. Independence Day, George Washington's birthday, uh, you name it. Memorial Day for who? Who's the Memorial Day for? Because when our brothers came back from wars, they were still treated like less than when they came back. So it's not memorial for them. So who's the what I'm saying is we need where this is for us by us. This is our time, our schedule, our dates of the week, meaningful to us. The hell of Christopher Columbus Day. Columbus Day. It means nothing. He didn't do nothing good for us. But instead, scratch that out, mark that out. That don't exist on our calendar. But put in big bold letters, Malcolm X Day. Put in big bold letters, the day when Marcus Garvey established his organization. Put in big bold letters, the day when Martin Luther King woke up. You understand? Put in big bold letters, the day when the boots of the NFAC touched the ground. Put in big bold letters when the Black Panthers organized. Put in big bold letters when Tupac Shakur passed away. You understand? Put in big bold letters. You name it. We sit there and talk and break bread, negotiate, and say, look, let us erect from ourselves, by the permission of the Most High, let us erect from our most self. And when I'm saying that, I'm saying within that wisdom, within that knowledge, within the blessings of the Most High, within the blessings of our ancestors, within the blessings of our elders, within the blessings of a unified community. Erect from ourselves that which is meaningful from us, in contrast to, like the sister says, these evil pagan holidays that these devils try to shove down our necks, our children's necks. You sit them in school right now, they're learning about Christopher Columbus. They don't know nothing about Mansa Musa. They don't know nothing about Akhenaten. They don't know nothing about Tehuti. They don't know nothing about nobody that matters to our ancestry. How's that history class? How's it history class when the only history you're talking about is someone else? That's not us. That's not our story we're being taught in the class. Why would you want to sit your children in that? Why would you want to sit your children in a classroom to learn about someone else's story and nothing about their own? They don't get no A pluses or B pluses or anything for their own history, but they'll get an A if they accept that Christopher landed on Plymouth Rock and was a hero and rah rah rah. A plus. Good report you did on that, young man, young girl. Enough. Enough of all that. Plain and simple, family. Plain and simple. Us, for us, by us, to benefit us. And in so doing, calls us to love us, respect us. When all these things happen, other people who have it in them to do so, if they do, they do. And they would be compelled to, because that's kind of what that type of thing does. It breeds respect, it grows, it nurtures respect all around. So there it is, family. One more time, one more call out. Come click that invitation link and tell me something good about Brother Malcolm X. I mean, if this is national, If we can consider this National Malcolm X Day, what do we do? How do we represent? You know, so when you want to celebrate these pagan days, like the sister's talking about, you know, these man-made holidays, like the 25th of December, which originally wasn't man-made, but it became man-made when they took corrupted teachings or whatnot, or twisted teachings of one of our ancestors and made it into something else to build on their likeness. So what do we do? I mean, you have no problem. We have all kinds of things that we do. I mean, look, okay, take Kwanzaa for example. I know that people have certain issues with Kwanzaa's founder, but it goes in what I'm saying about light in other people. You know, you look at the things that all of us, like I said, all of us are coming to this table filthy. We've all got to perform some major overtime ablutions to purify ourselves. We got all kinds of purification that we need to be doing. But that shouldn't mean that we not recognize the good in each other. So let's say, okay, you don't like Kwanzaa. Okay, then what next? And I'm speaking in a collective way because not all of us identify with being Hebrew. Not all of us identify with being Native American. Not all of us identify with being Muslim. Not all of us identify with being Christian or Kemetic, or and so on and so on and so on. Not all of us identify like that. So we have to be able to sit at a table and say, well, look, okay, we respect our Hebrew brothers, so let's see what you got to put on this calendar. We respect our Kemetic brothers, so let's see what you got to put in this cipher right here. We respect our Muslim brothers, so what do you got? We respect these brothers and these brothers and sisters, and what do you got? The good. What's the good that you can put to the table that we can all agree upon? Yeah, it's not even the son. You're right. It's not even the son's birthday in as a son. But I know the Kemetic brother will be like, well, it's not the SON's birthday, but it's the SUN's what do you call it? I can't even think of the word right now. Where there's like a unification of the stars. Was it called solstice or something like that? Solstice? So it's still something that's meaningful, just not for what they have made it for through their deception and trickery. We need to take back our stories. We need to take back our relics, our identities, our walks of life, come together, reevaluate what our ancestors passed on to us, so that we can make sense out of everything. Because there's so many things that we misunderstand from one another, and there's so many things that even we misunderstand from our own selves. And so you could say that we're in a heavily confused state because it's our nature. We want to hold on to the things that we are solid about. Like I say, this is the truth. Nothing outside of this can possibly be uh able to show this any differently. And that's how all of us are. All of us are like that as Christians, as Muslims, as Hebrews, as brothers and sisters of Kemet, brothers, of all the different walks of life that we have, that we say are honorable and respectable. We, you know, we have things that we're not going to budge on because they sit in us in a permanent way, in a solid way, and that's respectable. But one of the things that I would like to venture to do is find the common ground in each of our words. Find where we are in common with one another and establish the bedrocks of a unity, a working unity in that vein of thought, in that lane of thought. Because I believe that's what the Most High wants of us. He didn't. I don't believe that we've been scattered across the globe to come back home empty-handed. You understand? To come back home with having experienced nothing that we could put to the table and say, well, where I was over here and I did this, that, and the other, I learned this, that, and the other, and this is what I come with. And I was over there and I learned this, that, and the other. And this is solid truth for me, and this is what I'm bringing to the table. I think there's something out of all this because I believe that the Most High is all knowing, all wise, and that this is a big thing to say. And when you think about this small existence that we have, I mean, there's just, I mean, it would make pointless the pursuit of knowledge if at the end of the day we were told to, we, we were just to reject all that except for the things that we hold on to as different factions or different groups of people. I think the Most High is more intelligent, more wise, more knowledgeable than that, and has a greater plan. Because at the end of the day, think, for example, morality. Many of us that are upon a path of righteousness, we probably can all agree on things that are moral and things that are immoral. And think about how we got to that agreement. What makes us to naturally agree in this way that these things are immoral, that these things are immoral, that these things are uh righteous and these things are not, that it's good to do this and it's not good to do. What makes us agree, even though we're coming from different parts of the globe or different parts of the nation, we're coming with different parts, you know, like the sister says, we have so much, we have more in common than differences. And that's a powerful truth. When Malcolm X was talking to the people, he was talking to all of us, or as I would say, as we quote from Messiah Yeshua, he who has an ear to hear. That's who Malcolm X was talking to. Whoever can hear his voice. If you can hear his voice and you resonate, you're going to sit there. You're going to support Malcolm. If you can't, you're going to look at him like, oh man, he's a fool. He's lame. What was he talking about? It is what it is. That's the way it be sometimes. But as we say, real recognize real. Family, I'm hoping that you like, share, and subscribe. Um, I, you may wonder why I was not able to continue reading as I had been doing. I do have personal trials in my own life, personal challenges, and things that confront me, that weigh me down heavily sometimes. And it's just that's what that's what happens. And often the only thing that I can do in response to any of it is the best that I can do. You understand? Um, Give me a second here because I want to see something. So, yeah, I want to shout out brother boss man Blake. I think he's going to have something he's presenting this evening. I'm not sure of the time. I didn't get a response to that, but check him out. I think he's going to have some pretty interesting guests on his live. Um, he says so. Check that out. I'm shouting that out because for me, I'm about the family, and I like to see us all benefit, and as brother Bossman would say, win. Right? I like to see us win. And so, I like to be, an individual who not only, you know, promotes my own efforts, you understand, my own, aims or whatnot, but others as a community. You understand? You see the advertisement that I show. One of the advertisements is of an elder that's in the city that I live in here, and I created the advertisement for him. Now he paid for it and everything, but I continue to show it even past, you know, now it's for free for him. Now I keep on showing it to promote his business. And I would do the same for others in the community, which means that if you do and would like to have an advertisement, make sure you get at me, because we can do that for the right price and, you know, some sense of charitability. But do what you can to support Soul Journey of Life. You see the Cash App, the Light Dome. Your support makes all the difference for everything that I'm able to do with these platforms, including the website, sustaining the website, and what have you. The struggle is real, so we need to do what we need to do. We need to keep on showing our support. You know, in my opinion, you should have a like a chart or something where you have what I call community debts or community expenses. You're going to have your household expenses, you know, your phone, gas, electric, water, rent, but then you have your community expenses, supporting, you know, the Grandmaster J GoFundMe, supporting Brother O's charity, supporting, you know, Umar School. I'm just saying things. Supporting all these different, you know, lanes of support, supporting Soul Journey of Life. This should be like what we do. You understand? I mean, you look at the different communities. I go to some of these masjids and I see these brochures. Help the Syrians, help the Palestinians, help the Uyghurs in West or in West China. Help the people in Myanmar over there in East of Asia. All these different brochures, and people will readily support. And must I remind you of the terrible truth that this Caucasian devil killed an innocent, not a guilty, not a criminal, an innocent young black man who had some mental disabilities or whatnot, or mental concerns, killed him knowingly, because this was an ex-Marine who knows how to put you in a hold that can take your life. He knows this. He's trained to be able to know this. He's trained to be able to know that if I hold this person's neck so long, he will die. Within days, not weeks, not months, not years, within days, over $2 million was raised in his support, because his people take their people seriously. They take the things that they experience seriously. It's obligatory that they get up and do something for their own. For us, I'll think about support. I'll think about dropping a few dollars for the GoFundMe. I'll think about it. Maybe, no, I can't right now. But then they go down the street to the local McDonald's. Refrigerator stock full of food, cabinet stock full of food that they can cook. But in our days, many of us don't even know how to do that anymore. So they'd rather go to the local McDonald's and spend $10, $20 for the value meal or whatever. But they can't spend the same $10 supporting their own people. Community bill. You take the community bill, make a pie chart, community bill, and break it down. This goes to Ozone. This goes to GMJ. This goes to Soul Journey of Life. This goes to the Frederick Douglass Academy. This goes to the what? The new Black Panthers. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff out there. This goes to whatever faction. This goes to the Nation of Islam. This goes to the you know the if there's a, I don't know what Hebrew charities there may be, but this goes to that. This goes to any faction of need that our people experience. Any element of need, it goes to that. If you are going to go to McDonald's, why don't you buy 2 meals? This is what I like to do sometimes. If I go to one of these places, I like to buy 2 and take one for myself. And the minute, because they're going to ask me, they always do. Hey, brother, you got some money? I don't have any money right now, but I do have a combo meal you could have. Enjoy. Simple as that. Little simple stuff. that you make obligatory. We got to see ourselves as sacred again. We got to see ourselves as special again. They want to make America great again. We got to make ourselves, our people, sacred again. That we need hats, whatever we got to do. Make ourselves sacred again. We were a sacred people. All of planet Earth came to see us when it came for anything. Look, you don't have to take my word for it. Look at China. Where did they travel to? Look at Europe. Europe didn't even know anything until they started traveling to come and visit us sometimes. So they either will fight us or visit us and love us. The Europeans, they thought they saw us as gods. They came and looked at us like, look, these are gods over here in this land. In Africa, in America. You think these people were just migrating in vain? No, they knew the people they were migrating to. You understand? Wherever they traveled, we were a sacred people on the face of this earth, and we've been brought down very, very, very low. We've become the laughing stock on the planet Earth. If you want to get a good laugh, go to TikTok and look at one of our fools behaving as fools. You don't have to, you won't see anyone else doing any of this stuff. You can't you are hard pressed to find any Chinese TikToks acting like a fool. You're hard pressed to find any Brazilians on TikTok acting like a fool. You're hard pressed to find any Russians on TikTok acting like a fool, but you are guaranteed to find, if you just type it in the search bar, not one, not two, but hundreds of videos of melanated brothers and sisters acting like a fool. Guaranteed. You also find Caucasoids acting like a fool too. But I'm specifically talking about us. That's for them. That's an issue they got to do for themselves. I'm not concerned about them. I'm concerned about an honorable, sacred people brought down low. So low that we can't even help our own self stand up. That devils have that over us. We can't even brag about that. That would have been something else where we would have been like, man, GMJ, they done locked the brother up on some bogus charges, or man, they done got brother Ozone hemmed up with some trick charges, bogus charges. Next week, 2 million, 3 million. They you know, if we did something like that, they would have bent over backwards to find some way to hate on us, to put some monkey wrench in our situation. That would have been too much like right. They would have froze the account. They would have done this, that, or the other, because that's too much like right. But we would have known that we showed up. We showed up. Right now, it's like if last I checked, I want to see those numbers again. Hold on a second here. I'm going to the see some of these charity numbers. Excuse me. So that was one. Let me go to this one. Let's see. Did I type it in right? Oh, yeah, I did. I typed it wrong. 1 second here. Still typed it wrong. Typo. Man, I'm just saying, family. You if you can't tell that our work is big. We've got a extremely the righteous man. We don't have enough time to even sleep. We don't have enough time to sleep because our task. And I can see if you think about the job that the righteous people must do or obligated towards. It's no wonder it's a chosen few. It's no wonder it's a chosen few amongst us, because if you look at the majority of us don't want to do anything. We just want to be entertained the rest of our life and pacified, catered to, for what? For nothing. And that's it. And die like that. I just want to show you these numbers real quick. I want to show you these numbers. And if you put that guy's name in the chat, I'm trying to think of that guy's name. Let's see. I'll do it like this because I want to compare um notes. Now I understand that many of their people have deeper pockets than some of our people do. Wow. Look at the oh man. See, this is what I'm saying. This is another thing we got to be careful. This is what I can tell you. Some of these so-called white allies gotta be careful because some of them aren't allies. Some of them are doing things behind scenes. Think about let's see here. I was trying to see if I could get the full current amount of what that Daniel Neely earned. But here we go again. This is let's see here. I'm telling you, it's we're showing something here through all this. So hold on. So it still shows that this that Daniel Penny is still in the 2 million. So it's over 2 million. But let's look at the home team. Never mind Daniel. Let's look at the home team, right? And like I said, I would accept that. I understand that many of us are in a struggle, but when our dollar in this country is the top dollar, that says something. When people make the most profit off of us, that says something. I can guarantee you that when that Black Panther movie came out, I mean, it was a top charter. I can guarantee you that the majority of the people who bought those tickets look like us. Check out the Grandmaster J Legal Defense Fund currently 4.6K donations. Let me show you that. There you go. 4.6K donations. The amount of $311,476. And this is over many, 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 many months. Like I said, Daniel Penny, he's the guy that murdered, not manslaughtered, murdered. They're trying to charge him with manslaughter. He murdered. He knowingly killed Jordan Neely. He knowingly killed Jordan Neely. He's a murderer. A murderer. Man, this story sounds familiar. A murderer, $2 million, over $2 million. Why does the story sound familiar? Because if you've ever read the Bible, when according to that story, when Messiah Yeshua was being tried by the Pontius Pilate, it was him versus who? A murderer. There's more into that story of who that murderer was, but who did they elect to be free? They elected the murderer, not the Messiah. So the Messiah didn't get any love from that situation. Everybody, even his own people were out there shouting, free the murderer, free Barabbas, free Barabbas, let him go, crucify him. They were shouting. Doesn't this sound like that same story altogether? That's how you know this is our story being told. Because they're still doing the same thing. Like they say, history repeats. That's how you know this is our story being told. This isn't about them. This is our story. Because here they are singing that same song again. When it comes to the melanated black man or woman, what's the verdict? Kill him. Kill him. When you see him, kill him. Kill her. Choke them out. But when they do, when it comes to these murderers, free him. Let's fundraise, get millions. Let's support this person and free him. Give him short time. Give him paid release or whatnot. Resign with pay. This is what they're doing. So that's what you see right there. Let's look at another account of fundraising going on for people in our community. So right here, you see the Oath of Wireless Legal Defense Fund. 1,206 donations. And again, this is over a series of months. You understand? Many, many months. Not week, not days, but months. 70,000, and $73.61. But if you're Daniel Penny, you could look forward to $2 million within a week. If you're Daniel Penny, and that's just one person that I can't think of the other young white guy's name who ended up with like $1 million or something within days, but there seems to be a pattern here. Here's the thing, family. It might sound silly when I'm associating us with my psionic nature, but that's just who we are. You understand? I can't call us something other than what we are. But in turn, we're also being treated just like we have seen the narrations describe regarding the story being told. The people are choosing, our people, not some other bodies, but our people are choosing the murderer over the anointed. Listen and learn. Our people, we're choosing the murderer. I wonder how many black folks donated to Daniel Penny. But I was telling you about also the watch out for these so-called white allies, because if I looked at something earlier that was talking about Kid Rock. Kid Rock, it says country rapper Kid Rock has donated $5,000 to the Legal Defense Fund for ex-Marine Daniel Penny. So there you go. Not only did he jock our style, but he ran with that. He profited off of our culture, custom, our ways, and then flipped the script when he had the opportunity. And if anything, if you had a list of people, white folks, not to ever even give an ear to, this would be persons to add on to the list. If you were Malcolm X, it'd be anyone, any of them, all of them are added to the list. Because like I would say, we don't have time to figure out which snake is poisonous and which is not. Because at the end of the day, each one has the potential. Because let me prove my point. Let's say the so-called white ally has a bad day with you. Let's say he goes through the hood and they don't know he's a quote-unquote white ally, right? They don't know he's a quote white ally. And so, they rough him up for whatever the reason. You know how it happens in the hood, right? Whatever reason. They don't need a reason. You up in here, you got some dues to pay. They rough him up, give him a bad time. He goes home, nursing his wounds, marinating on the moment. Next thing you know, when he was talking about Black Lives Matter, now he's going back to that old true and tried word, them damn niggers. It's in each of them. Any one of them could flip the script like that at any given time if you rub them the wrong way. You don't know when, how, or why. They smile today, stab you tomorrow. You don't know who's who in the scenario. You understand? It's enough that we got our own people to look out for, watching not being stabbed. But to give them the benefit of the doubt that they mean well from the jump, that old saying, guilty until proven innocent. That's how we have. Look, we have over 500 years of reasons why to see them guilty until proven innocent. Why are we the opposite way? Why? Because we're because we manifest the Most High, and the Most High is most merciful. So it's in us to just constantly keep on being humbled and soft and passive to certain things. But sometimes, there's an equilibrium. There's an equilibrium where sometimes that just cannot be the way you do it. Sometimes you need to put down the gavel. You need to be harsh, hard, stern, rough, rude, crude, whatever, you understand, to the folks, and not ask for any and not offer any apology. And they should understand. If they want to tell you, like, I understand what you're going to, you understand what I'm going through? Okay, well, what about, how about this? You understand? If they are so understanding, then they're also going to be so receptive to whatever anger, whatever rage done been built up because of what they put us through. I'm full of rage because of I can't speak my ancestral tongue. I can't dance my ancestral dance. I can't dance to the drum of my ancestral rhythm. I can't do any of these things because they've robbed me of that. I can't say this is the area where my ancestors were living at the time you enslaved them. I can't do any of that. So you've robbed me of essential, precious, sacred moments of my ancestral history. So if I'm harsh to you, I'm not sorry. Sorry for what? This is what you brought forth. You brought forth this rage. I'm not blaming you for any ignorance that I demonstrate. I'm not blaming you when I fall short because of my own folly. You understand? I'm blaming you because of the rape and pillage and murder that you put upon my ancestors, the stealing, the theft, the continued propagation of corrupt history upon my people. I'm still going to accuse you. Every time I see you open up these schools every year and you keep on teaching that bull crap to our children, I'm still going to point. All you white allies, some of you are in these schools teaching. If you're a so-called ally, how come your story, your lies are being still taught to our children? If you're an ally, if you mean us well. That's why, like I said, you're full of crap. That's how I know you're full of crap. Because you go out here on the street when it's profitable and act like you're on the team, but then you go home and you go to your schools and teach the same mess that keeps us dumb, deaf, and blind again and again and again. If you're so noble and honorable and respectful, kill Santa Claus. Kill the Easter Bunny. Kill all this crap that you keep on shoving down our neck every year. It has nothing to do with us. Never did. Leave us out of it. If you want to wallow in that sadness, sickness, madness that causes some of you to become pedophiles and everything else, you do you, but not amongst us. Leave us out of it. Don't put that foolery down our children's necks. So-called white allies. Like I said, I don't have time to find out which snake is poisonous or not. All of you are devils as far as I'm concerned until proven innocent. Until proven innocent. You're guilty as charged until proven innocent, and that means you got some work to do. That means you got some work to do. We need to be seeing these reparations like yesterday. You understand? We need to be seeing these schools cleansed of things that have nothing to do with us, like yesterday, so-called white allies. That's what I'm saying. I don't care about all your buttermilk biscuit talk. Your all this. Oh, I know your story. Let me tell you the truth about your story. You guys were great people. Okay, we know that already. Shut the heck up. Go down to your people and get things straight there. Get things straight there. I don't care how smart you are about me. I don't care how exquisite you can speak about our story and how fancy you can make us feel like, oh, you're on our side. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're a devil until proven otherwise. And you're going to always be, every time I see any one of you, you're always going to be a devil until proven otherwise. Hate it, whatever. You understand? Hate it as much as you want, but prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. If you're not, the proof is in the pudding. Even to what I'm saying here, if you're not a devil, then it's going to show in what you do. It's not going to be any kind of deception. It's not going to be any type of shenanigans. You understand? You're going to acknowledge what our suffering is. And if we ask you to leave us the heck alone, regardless of the reason, we don't need a reason at this point. Never did. Then excuse yourself respectfully if you're not a devil. But those that you are a devil, you're not going to do that, are you? Because you feel like you got to inject yourself amongst us somehow. That's why you got this. Is that the reason why you got to get fancy with us on IG, on TikTok, citing our history, boasting us up? Yeah, the black people were the ancient Kemetic people. The black people were the true Hebrews. Like, we already know all that. We know all that. We didn't even need to get that from you. We got that from our rabbis. We got that from our adepts and our philosophers and our Kemetic scholars. Anthony Browder taught me that. I didn't need you to tell me that. Ivan Van Sertima taught me that. I didn't need you to tell me that. Rashidi did the travels. I don't need you to tell me all that. Our brothers, our sisters, our scholars got all that down pat. Excuse you, but we already got that taken care of. We don't need you to tell us our story. We need you to remove your story from amongst our children. Keep that amongst yourself. You can teach your children whatever you so desire. That's your tale to tell. But leave us alone with that. But that you're a devil, like I said, you feel like you must inject yourself in our life somehow, some way. You've got to feel like you're justified in participating amongst us. You can't just leave us alone. If you're so angelic, you would leave us the heck alone. Even if it was at our own expense, even if it was at our own demise, whatever the case, if we're going to suffer or whatever, then let us suffer because of our own folly, not because of your devilry, not because of your devilry. I would have rather we if we had to lose, if we were going to take an L, you understand that we did that it was only us, it was because of, by us, for us, period. Not to look around like, wait a minute, the reason why we're failing is because I don't none of that. Out of it. You're a devil until proven innocent. You're a devil until proven innocent, and the stakes are very high. The stakes are very high for which the jury has to go by, because you got 500 years of splaining to do. You got 500 years of recovery to do. You got 500 years and counting. Every day that we're here and your people are still authorities over us is accountable to that. Look, some of you are begging for redemption. You're begging for atonement. You're never going to get it as long as we're under your rule. As long as you're ruling our people, you can count that out forever. If you were to leave this life today, you know you're a guaranteed resident of the hellfire. You don't have to ask me. Look at all the sacred books. It all tells on you. It all makes that very plain. You're a guaranteed resident for the hellfire. You could sing Jesus Hallelujah all you want in your churches. That's not going to redeem you while you're still in the act of your crime. You can't think that there's salvation while you're still doing your crime, while you're still committing your crime. How do you think you're going to get some kind of salvation while you're still committing the crime you're supposed to be atoning for? Stop your devilry first, then sing as much hallelujah songs as you want. Stop your devilry first, because otherwise you're nothing but singing hypocrites in your sacred places. You don't want me calling you a devil? Don't act like one. And stop comparing your behaviors with everyone else's. No one has enslaved anyone like you've done. No one murders like you do. No one commits pedophilia like you do. No one commits all these abominable acts. You don't see my people trying to push on you abominations and immorality. You didn't see that happen that way, do you? You see that coming from you upon us. You've had whole agendas about this. You had whole agendas because you don't want us to be fruitful and multiply, as is the divine order. You don't want us to be fruitful and multiply, because that we be fruitful and multiply manifests more power of the Most High upon this earth. And the more power that you see manifest of the Most High, the more you see that your time is nigh, as they say. So there is rest for the righteousness at the end of the day, just not in the way that we would like to because of how it has to come. But for the devils, you get no rest in this life or the next. You get no rest. You get no rest. And your days are numbered on so many levels. People are waking up. People are starting to make sense out of their life. They're starting to not understand who they are. Brothers are knowing that many of them descend from the Native Americans. You can't lie to them anymore. You're trying to get them to do something else and get them to take something else. And they're like, nah, we see that our ancestry is here. Brothers and sisters are learning that they descend from the Hebrew tribes. You can't lie to them anymore. Brothers and sisters are finding out that they descend from some of the most ancient dominant tribes of Africa. You can't lie to them anymore. Brothers and sisters are finding out that some of them are from Asian tribes and that the Asians used to be black, that the original Asians were black. We're finding that we've been all over the face of this earth, waking up to truth after truth after truth at a time where you didn't even exist on the face of this earth as a human kind of being. You only existed as an animal. And we're going to get into that. Inshallah, we're going to get into that and break that down even more because you love to tell on yourself. One of the things about a devil is they love to boast. They love to talk about themselves, but they do it in a way that smacks of deception, that smothers, that smears their lies all into intertwined into their shenanigans. So we got to break it down. We got to understand when they're talking about themselves versus when they're talking about us. Because in today's time, they like to refer to themselves as us, and they like to make it exclusive. We see humanity. We were humans, and then we met the Neanderthals. No, we met you. We are the humans. We met you. You are still the Neanderthal. We met you. That's who we met. What happened to the Neanderthal? They became you. When we met you, then they became you. I'm just saying, it's not a coincidence that all the world was bronze, black, golden, brass colored, all the shades, blue even. They had the tint of a bluish tint amongst us. From the cream to the bluest of the blue of darkness to the lightest of the lightest, we were all over the face of the earth. You were nowhere around. Nowhere around. You weren't in Alaska. You weren't in Brazil. You were nowhere. You didn't exist. Your ancestor did, the Neanderthal. And for a long time, many, many millions of years, we left you alone. But we had some wise folks amongst us, or people who felt they were wise, that had some ideas. And then you came about. It's not a coincidence, family. You didn't just spring out of thin air. You didn't just spring out of thin air. And thus, the wise amongst our ancestors had a name for you. We translate it today as devils. We translate it today as devils. Nobody was talking about anything other than you. All the archives, if you go over here, the ancient Aztecs, when they were talking about the devil that was going to come to their land, they weren't talking about anybody else. They were talking about you. When Chinese were talking about, or not Chinese, but the Hindus were talking about a devil, the monkey men coming to their lands. They weren't talking about anybody. They weren't talking about us because we were already there. We were there. They were considering us gods and whatnot. Shiva, Krishna, all these people, they were looking up us as gods. So they weren't talking about us. But when they were talking about these monkey men, they were talking about the monkey men coming from where? The north. And if you look on the map, north and northwest of India is where you guys were coming from. And they said the monkey men or the monkey devils were going to come and cause them some problems. So mischief was the word. So everywhere on the planet Earth, the wise people kept on warning their people about these devils that were coming to them. something different, something, a change, an alteration in the way that life was going. Because their everyday life, was one thing. Something different where they could clearly recognize. You think they were talking about an animal, like a boat of dogs was coming? What do you think they were talking about when they're saying devils are coming to invade and fight them? They weren't talking about sheep. They weren't talking about elephants. They were talking about another kind of hominid being, you understand, pedestrian, that was going to come and fight them. How come everybody knew about you? You didn't know about anyone else when you came. Everyone else was new. Who are these people? What are these people doing? Let's study the Africans. Over here is the Zimbabwean. Over here is the Soninke tribe. Over here is the Hutu tribe. And look at what they're doing. Look at how they're able to survive during the arid lands for so long without water. Look at how fast they're capable of running. Look at how they can build and survive. Oh, look at these monuments and pyramids. Look at look at all this. You were amazed when you kept on traveling the lands, seeing the things that our ancestors used to do. You didn't know anything. So to you, this was all discovery, because to you, it was new. It was all news to you. Well, with all due respect, my nature compels me to say, look, you can make yourself home here, but not at the expense of my people. Sorry, but not sorry that the earth has a problem with you and that the sun has a problem with you. That's not, like I said, that's not my, you know, that's not for me. That's just your nature. But my point, man, we quit. But we can't quit. We can't quit when they can get $2 million to support evil. That was wickedness that they're. I mean, and many of them know this. They know that this black man was murdered. They know the black man was murdered. That was cold. My father would have called that cold-blooded murder, in his words. Cold-blooded murder. And here we leave Brother Ozone with $70,000 over months, and that was hard bargain, hard press, because we couldn't even do that fair and square. You understand? We want to sit there and battle about that. Finally, we got to this point. I'm saying this because, I mean, if we don't chew ourselves out, who will? Are the Chinese people going to tell us about ourselves? Look at you guys. You don't even support your oath of Wallace. They're going to tell us that. Or are Russians going to come and tell us, look at what you've done with the Grandmaster J Legal Defense Fund. Look at you. Look at your donations. No, they're not even going to be concerned about that. The only people who should be concerned about this behavior is our own. Our own. We should be chewing ourselves out over this. That these people we've allowed. I mean, we're the gods on earth. Some of you like to say. We're the sons of God. Some of you like to say. We're the servants of God. Some of you like to say. On and on. We've got all these honorable, high-level identities. But when it came to it, the devils were able to sit there and rise up for their own. And the sons of God, servants of God, the gods could hardly press past $300,000, totaling all that total together, both accounts, $400 something thousand dollars. The sons of God, I'm talking about, the chosen ones, could hardly press past $400,000. But the devils, overnight, millions. And we like to boast and brag. We'll sit there and beat each other up, get into fights, all kinds of hostilities when we challenge one another and lose, feeling salty and whatnot. But these guys can do a number on us, and nobody's got nothing to say. We don't got nothing to say about that. I'm just saying, where's the pride? Where's the honor? We need to make the melanated brothers and sisters sacred again. And I don't like that I got to coin something from one of those folks and reword it. But it's true. We don't see ourselves as sacred. And the proof is in the pudding. Because if you saw yourself as sacred, you would hesitate to shoot one in your likeness. You would hesitate, like, wait a minute. Because that's what they do. That's what the devils do. The minute the devil sees one of their own in the car, like, oh. The one guy was like, I'm sorry. He's sitting there in the shopping center. I'm sorry. He wasn't trying to take out his own. He came there to hit up black folk. He saw one of his own, like, oh, my bad. Let me put the heat up. But we look at one another and see a bullseye. We see a bullseye when we see one of our own. We don't see sacred. We don't see holy righteousness. We see an enemy in each other. And if ever there was a reason that we need to see, we need to overhaul, whole scale, abandon the establishment's education system. That would be the evidence. Because this didn't happen automatically. This didn't just come to pass. This came about because of the way that we've been educated, because of the way we've been placed upon misinformation, corrupt knowledge, or twisted knowledge. This is why we hate one another. It didn't just happen. We just wake up like, oh, I don't like you. These things take time to develop. The program takes time to manifest and to establish itself. You understand? So it took time for us to come to hate one another. Now, and the reason why it's so heavy amongst us, because we're competitive people. We've always been a competitive people. Even before we got here, we were competitive people. We were always wanting to one up the other person. But like I said, here the devil's one upped us, and we become a no-show in response. If anything, if we were so on it like that, we would have looked at that like, wait a minute, hold on, they can't get that off on us. Boom, let's start putting hundreds on both accounts, $1 million each, just because, and a half more just because. But LeBron James is too spooked up. He don't want to get in trouble. Charles Barkley's too spooked up. He'd rather wear a dress or something than promote and advertise like that, right? Charles Barkley's too spooked up, too caught up, too hemmed up, too draped off. Shaquille O'Neal too spooked up, too many contracts. He likes the lucrative benefits of the commercials that he gets profit from. He say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. Icy Hot's going to pull out. What about Puffy Combs? You going to do something? Going to drop some millions? They know these things are happening, and they're not naive. Most of them know these things are going on. They don't want to get in trouble by massa. That's what I'm saying. The coonery is real, family. Just like the devilry is real, the coonery is real. Just like the devilry is real, the coonery is real. And each one manifests their nature. I can't live like I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I can't live that way. I can't live knowing that one day I have to die, and I die in the condition or the status of what I'm on. You understand? And to think of me dying, going out like some kind of coon or something, I can't do that. To me, when I picture myself, one of the things that I often supplicate when I pray and supplicate and things like that is not to die at my own folly. And that includes some kind of ignorance as well, like my own, like something stupid, like I ain't got no business doing. You ain't got no business putting your hand in the outlet. You ain't got no business touching that button. You don't even know what it does. I'm an IT technician, so I'm around buttons and electricity and stuff all the time. But when I know I don't know what the heck this thing does, I leave it alone. I pick up my phone and call support. Like, hey, we got this big thing right here by Cisco. It says Cisco on it. I don't know what is this thing. I see the server, I see the switch, I see the routers and whatnot. But what is this? I'm not touching that thing until I know what it does. And even if I have an idea what, if I'm not competent, if I'm not comfortable, I'm not touching it. I've seen some things in some of these facilities. I'm like, no, I'm not touching that thing. You see these big old signs, danger, don't touch, and you see skeletons or see the warning signs or whatever. I'm not touching those things. I don't want to die at my own folly. I'm driving down the freeway. You see this red Corvette driving down. I'm like, whoa, man, that guy, he don't care. He don't care about this life. He don't care at all. But if I'm going to die, either be natural causes or going out revolutionary style. Plain and simple. As a martyr, a righteous martyr, or natural causes. Natural causes. To be honest with you, I prefer the martyr. And the reason why, because at the end of the day, at least I would know that I'd lived my life doing something useful with what I've been given, my energies, my insight, my knowledge, whatever. If I can't like that, then I would like to leave this life as a scholar or as someone that, and I'm not talking about a worldly scholar, someone who's like, oh, he's a famous scholar. Nothing like that. If you don't know any whatever, I'm fine. But that my descendants can benefit from what I've learned in my life. And I can pass it down and they are able to learn it well and preserve it and keep rinse and repeat. To me, that's an honorable way to go out. Because some of the things they say that residual actions and things of that nature, these things have a divine, it's divine currency, so to speak. The outcome. Some of you like to call it karmic effects, but I believe that these things are, being that I believe that there's more to life than meets the eye. You understand? I believe that the things that we do now are stepping stones, building blocks, meritable or uh or otherwise towards or against us in the life to come. And all the things that I've seen of our ancestors, whether it be through my Hebrew brothers, what's been passed down there, or the hieroglyphs and so on, I keep on seeing the same thing being talked about: accountability, the weight scales, the ma'at, accountability. So that's what I'm saying. Our button heads with each other is futile. It's pointless because at the end of the day, our ancestors made it plain. Our ancestors told us plainly, this is what it is. You can put it whatever name title you could say, Malek, Jibril, Mikael. Israfel, Raphael. You could say all these things. You could say Tehuti, Asar, Aset, um, Heteru. You could say all of that. And then when you look under all these names, you see that they're still talking about, in principle, the same concept, the same entity, or the same manifest principle. Our ancestors didn't speak English. So no matter how you spin that, the moment we say something in English, we've taken something away from what our ancestors have said. And this is, like I said, one of the reasons why I believe our arguments tend to be in vain. And at the end of the day, we have to listen to what's in here and come together with what's in here and ignore this type of language, or at least put it to the side for the moment so we can agree with what's going on in here. Because that's what's brought us, many of us, together anyway. Many of us that have traveled, gone to Kentucky and whatever, it was this. It was this right here that brought us together. Coming from Texas, coming from Georgia, coming from Cleveland, Ohio. It was this. And it can happen again and again and again because I believe in us. This isn't some blind conviction. I believe in us. I believe that when we want to do something, we're going to get the job done. And that's the thing. The devils know this too. And that's why they keep on trying to put these spin moves in front of us, put these deceptions in front of us to distract us, to make us forget what we were angry about, what we were disturbed about, what we were frustrated about. Every moment we start to scratch our head like, wait a minute, they keep killing us. Wait a minute. We don't really own anything. Wait a minute. We don't really have any land of our own. I'm not talking about land that we signed with them. We don't really have any land of our own. We don't have a national identity. We all on and on. You name the problem. And the minute we start thinking in this lane of thought, like, oh man, we got to do something about it. Oh, I know what we could do. Let's throw at them a black president. If we throw at them a black president, they'll calm down. They'll forget and they'll think about. They've been doing this. They've been doing this. When Martin Luther King started to want to rise up on the White House to get that check, what did they do? They fixed the situation so that way when the march and stuff came, it was pacified. That way when the Black Panthers were trying to roll up there, everything became pacified. We got to stop allowing them to preempt our efforts towards success. We've got too many lessons. There's too many examples we should learn by now not to trust a devil this way. Not to trust a devil this way. You should know that the minute that a devil opens its mouth, it's going to tell you a lie 99% of the time. And that 1%, if you're wise, will stand out like a sore thumb. That 1% truth, it'll stand out like a sore thumb and you'll recognize it. And they'll probably tell you that 1% truth because that's the only option they have at the time. Their machine or whatnot, their artillery. You have to look at go to Colt Figure. He's talked about this. Colt Figure TV. Salute to Colt Figure TV. And they their enemy, their Russian enemy, their enemy. I didn't say my enemy, their enemy. I don't have no problem. I ain't never read anything about a Russian doing anything to my ancestors yet. I haven't read anything where it says the Russians did this to the Timne people, or the Russians did this to the Yoruba people, or the Russians did this to the Ishan people, or the Russians did this to the I can't even think of the name. The Shawnee. The Russians did this to the Shawnee. I don't read about that or hear anything about that. So I don't. That's not my enemy. I ain't got nothing to do with your with what you guys got tripping over there in Ukraine. That's a y'all battle situation. And me knowing the type of devilry you get yourself into, I know there's some shenanigan involved with that. That's why I salute brothers Colt Figure, because he has a eye to get in on that. You know, some of us, we have different eyes for certain aspects of the problem that we suffer. You know, we have different things that we can call out when we see it. Listening to our spirit, we can see certain things and call it out for what it is. And what I'm calling out is the devilry of the devils. You know, there was a time where I was like, yeah, well, maybe not everybody, or maybe not, I had those type of words. But when I started to do the math, I'm like, dang, no matter how you spin it, they're all devils. Even the Quran bears witness to this. I know that there's some Muslim communities that, that's not referring to them. That's referring to this spooky thing inside your mind. Bull crap. Because Muhammad was revealed, Surah Taha was called them blue-eyed devils in Surah Taha 112, or I'm sorry, 102. So no, that wasn't referring to some spooky thing. It was referring to an audience of living beings that were contrary to the original beings that the Most High himself had created. When the Most High created, he created us from a darkened clay. We were melanated from the start. That did not, at no point in time during that creation was there any type of non-melanated human being. So if you do the math, mother, father, melanated, children, melanated, mother, father, melanated, children, melanated, mother, father, melanated, children, melanated. No non-melanated person. Even the lightest of the light had melanin. So this non-melanated person is a completely different something else. In this case, a byproduct of what happens when the human being decides he likes a Neanderthal. And look at them today. Look what happens when they start dating Neanderthals. They get played and spun and used and stripped of what they gained and earned. Then they're sitting there sucking their thumbs like, what did I do? Why did this happen? Well, you married a Neanderthal. Go ask Umar Johnson about that. He'll teach you a lesson or two. You understand? Like I said, each of us have an eye for certain aspects of this, and when you are on your job, you dig all the way in. So seeing the Quran talk about the one who will shed mischief or shed blood and spread mischief, and seeing that there's only been one primary perpetrator of this on the planet Earth. I'm looking at everybody's history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm looking at our ancestral history, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Ancient Kemet, ancient Hebrew, ancient China, ancient India, ancient Americas. And I don't see anybody who has done as grievous of evils, shedding blood and spreading mischief, as the Caucasian man and woman did once they became civilized or so-called civilized. So I'm gonna say, like the one person likes to say, that one Caucasian dude likes to say, I'm gonna say it this way: they're all devils. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. And you can't see the thing that many of these people will try to do when it's, we're not all devils, is to show someone they're getting along with at the current time, or that they see that in front of them they're getting along with you when you're present. What someone told me one time, look at the people that people associate with to know what kind of people they themselves are. When I see that the 90 that you got one black friend and all of your other friends are Caucasian, you're racist. You're a devil. That you having that one black friend proves nothing but you having what they call a token Negro. You got yourself a token Negro that you could say, see how we all get along? One black guy that we have as our friend. And the moment he decides to go camping with you guys, suddenly he comes up missing. Devils. Prove me wrong. So you can't use that. You can't say, well, we got one black friend. You can't use that. What else you got? What else you got? Like I said, make one of them mad. Make one of your so-called allies upset with you for whatever. Disagree with them about something. It'll come to it anyway. Start talking about history or something, and watch how tempers flare. Talk about their ancestry. Talk about the fact that no, our ancestors are not Neanderthals. Yours are. Then once they get angry, watch their choices of words with you. Then all of a sudden, now that that devilry starts to come out of the system. So I'm looking for the noble, honorable devil. There are some noble. There's still devils. The Quran mentions that there are some righteous devils. This is the Quran. You want to know where it's at? Look in the surah called Suratul Jinn. Suratul Jinn, chapter of the Jinn. In that chapter, you will find that it talks about a band or a small selection or group, not the majority, but a minority of devils who are righteous. They believe in what the prophet was talking about. They believe in, all the righteous things. They're about the right thing, but they're still devils. It doesn't refrain from calling them devils, but it says most of them are Satans. Most of them are Satans. Who do you think's referring to when they talk about the gentlemen, the Gentiles, all those things? Originally, the Gentile referred to specifically them. The term, the root term being the jinn, only referred to them. Nobody else. Kemetic people were called Kemetic. Sumerians were called Sumerians. A group of them that were from that people were called Gentiles by Messiah Jesus. He called them worse than that. He called them dogs. What I mean, and I know people like to spin those type of stories, but sometimes people were being called exactly what they were. So we gotta get into this. We gotta get to the bottom of this. We can't let them get away with this stuff anymore. To be able to identify people for what they are, it requires establishing or building a case. You understand? So our endeavor, and it's already been built. Many scholars have already talked about this, but I would like to dig in on what the devils say about themselves, and to be able to pull that out from the lies they like to mix and say, see, they say so for themselves. It's not Abdul Wadud, Questman, that's saying this just, you know, oh, he's being racist and radical. No, I'm not. You say this for yourself. This is something you say. You may choose alternate words sometimes, but when you look at the origin of these names and terms, you find out at the end of the day, all along, this was talking about you. You are the new thing that's happened, the mutation or innovation that's come to pass. Because for millions of years, everything else was understood and known and recognized, and there was nothing that changed from that, or nothing that changed in a way that would make people, think like, oh, wait a minute, there's something oddly strange. When you came on the scene, the whole world was like, I mean, prophets all over the world were like, oh man, they're on their way over here. Who? Teacher, who? These devils, they're on their way. They're going to come in, and because of how they are, they're going to come with all kinds of mischief and shed blood. Everybody was saying that. Quran, Vedic, the ancient Aztecs, you name it, everybody was saying this. How's everybody wrong but you? How's everybody wrong about what you are but you when you want to be in denial? But when you want to tell the truth, somehow all of a sudden, when you say it, now it's true. Because you like to spin your words and candy coat things. So now it's true. But wait a minute. That definition again. Anyway, family. Yeah, we got to get into that. So expect some homework to be done on that. Um like I said, I've been offline for some time. Like I said, I have some things going on that's kind of frustrated my own situation, my own standards of living and things like that. But being the warrior that I am, my soul won't let me give up, or it won't. It's like I can't if I wanted to. I mean, literally, I'm telling you, I can't even sleep if I know something is left undone that should be done. Like it could be something as simple as the refrigerator being left open. If I know in my mind that refrigerator door is open, I can't go to bed. I can't sleep. I'll be like, the refrigerator's still open. Turn over to my right side. I could be worn out, burnt out. Refrigerator's still open. Get up, close the refrigerator. Anything. That's a simple example. It could be something more complex than that, but it's hard, when I know that there's a task for that day left undone. I have another assignment that I'm on also is proving is an endeavor to dig into what we know as a people, proving our scholarliness even on the most basic level. We like to refer to this as hood scholars and stuff like that because we like to belittle ourselves. We don't see ourselves as sacred. But I would like to prove that we are one and prove that we have knowledgeable people right amongst us, right next door to us, right down the street from us, in the same neighborhood or across the town. And not only that, but that there's a unity about us that only changes because of the choice of words that we like to use when talking about what we believe or our principles and values. But when you break down the terms and definitions and words and even how we express certain things, you find out we're talking the same language. I'm telling you, family, um, I was listening to certain people associated with this brother named Sa Netter. And then I listened to some other people. And I looked at the words. And if you were to like retranslate the words with the synonyms, or if you were like to hear them, not knowing who they are, or read, like, let's say you transcribed what they said, you would have thought that they believed the same belief. You would have thought that they were the same. You wouldn't have known that one, has a Kemetic way of life and the other one has a Hebrew way of life. You would never have known that. I'm telling you, this is what our situation is. But we put these certain identities, and I understand that the identities have value. You understand, because of the origins that we find these identities from. The Hebrew identity is an ancient sacred origin, but so too is the Kemet. In fact, sometimes one group says what they have is from the other. I say that it's from our ancestors. You understand? Our ancestors weren't always calling themselves Kemetic, Kemet. Our ancestors weren't always calling themselves Hebrew. In fact, nobody was a Hebrew until they crossed the river, the Euphrates River. That's when he was called the Hebrew. If you read the Bible, when he crossed that, he was called because he was the name means from the other side of the river. That's what one rendering of the name Hebrew Eber means, from over there. So when he was over there and moved over here, now this name means something. But what about when they were over there and before they were over there? What about when they were further? What about when they were in Africa? The motherland, Dar al See, I'm saying this to all you brothers and sisters because, yeah, we were in the Americas. Yeah, we were in China, ancient China, before anybody else. We populated ancient China. We even populated Europe before anybody else. We've been everywhere on the planet Earth. But there's something special about the land called Ethiopia. And I'm talking about as we understand it today. The land called Ethiopia / Sudan / Djibouti / Somalia. There's something special about that. There's something special about the Bantu lands. And the reason why all this is important is because we do have an origin story, a common, all of us, Native American brothers, black melanated brothers and sisters, Hebrew brothers and sisters. Our story is bigger, greater than meets the eye. And it's been retold and told in ways that are meant to preserve the spirit of our story, because the enemy is not capable of translating that, because the enemy does not have the divine breath of the Most High. You understand? Um, and even if we were to suggest that the enemy has some degree, is never to the degree of the melanated brother or sister, because that is our ancestral origin. It's not their ancestral origin. When they interbred with us, you could suggest that something of us was passed down to them. That's why they're thinking, reasoning people. If it was, if it wasn't for our ancestors, they would not be able to think. You understand? They would not be able to do any of the things that you see them do today. It would not be possible. It's because of them being humanized through our ancestors that they are now a kind of man. So my point is that our ancestors, melanated brothers and sisters, is a common ancestor. And to understand that, you got to understand the as above, so below truth. You got to understand what it means to exist in the dominion, in the heavens, in the realm of the Most High, the cosmos, outer space, the universe, and understand what it means to be, most importantly, a mother. The mother is the key, always has been, to how we manifest on a world. Thus, the term mothership. You learn about, how we are able to preserve our seeds and other kinds of seeds, and how we're able to preserve those seeds. Imagine if you understand what I'm saying. And I'm going in. I'm going in. I didn't even intend to go in like this. Imagine you were able to take a craft that's able to move at speeds beyond common calculation, and you had a pack of, I don't know, watermelon seeds. Wherever you would go into any other world, those watermelon seeds would still be seeds, and they're dead at the time, so they can't die anymore. You keep them preserved, keep them to where the pressure doesn't um, disintegrate them. Once you got to your new earth, guess what you could do with those seeds? You can plant them into the earth again and enjoy some watermelon after about 6, 7 months or less, depending on how fast that planet environment is able to, grow the seeds. But guess what? Imagine the nature of a mother, where all you would need is a mother to get there. Because we have Miriam as an example story. Is not, see, understand, our ancestors talked in heavy codes, heavy symbolisms, similitudes, parables. The whole story of Miriam is a parable, is a similitude, is a captured science, letting you know, reminding you, one, of how you got here in the first place and how you can get anywhere else. When you know that the egg can be preserved in extreme cold temperatures, and you know that the outer atmosphere of the cosmos is extreme cold temperatures, when you know that the sperm cell can be preserved in extreme cold temperatures, the very nature of the cosmos, which makes sense. It makes sense that in order for your seed to be preserved, it has to be preserved in a cold environment, because the nature of going to and fro is extreme cold. The further you get away from your orbited star, the colder things tend to get. So imagine, as we travel in a mothership of organized as wheels within wheels within wheels. And we travel as spirit, Merkaba, as the people of Kemet would say. We would be the Malik of the universe, the authorities, the manifest authorities of the universe. And personally, I believe we once were. You understand? But the course of our journey has led us thus far. We tell our story. And I say this because I understand that, um, this devil has turned the tables or appears to have turned the tables. But let me remind you, or let me say it like this, like the dude in the Matrix. What if I were to tell you again that we created the devil, the devils that you see today? They came about because of our doings. They came about because of our doings, of our actions. Our actions so great that we even warned ourselves into taking it. And at the same time, advised ourselves into doing it. So we both warned ourselves, don't do it, and advised ourselves and assured ourselves that, oh, it's okay to do it. And look at the mess that we got ourselves into. But like I said, I believe in us. You want to know where my Iman lies, my faith lies? It lies in us with a capital U. I can't see everything from this level with these eyes. And even a greater eye wants for more vision. But it all adds up, family. The math is solid. And the more I travel this course, the more I travel this road, the more it makes sense. See, these people are doomed. I mean, I don't know how else to put that to you. You have to understand why the 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 rage of technology is going like it's going, because they have no alternative. They have no alternative. Every device that you see, all of this stuff are substitutions for the real thing. Like I said, we need to make ourselves sacred again, because when we do, then we respect our minds. We respect our visions, even our dreams. We start to recognize as meaningful again. And we start to see again. We start to become seers again, able to recognize the language of the stars, the language of the planets, the language of the high and the low. We start to recognize the math in everything in a way that the soulless ones cannot. We start to recognize these things because we start to recognize that we're sacred. There was a time where we could commune with the animals, with the trees, with all the aspects of nature, because we understood how the spirit moves and works. We had a relationship, a direct, intimate relationship with spirit, so that we wouldn't touch a tree harshly without its permission. We wouldn't take the life of an animal without its permission. Now we can drive down the street and have no regard for anything, even if we hit it. We keep on going like it was nothing, and yet you didn't even bring that thing into existence. You didn't bring a mouse into existence, a gnat, a mosquito, a groundhog, a bird. You didn't. We've forgotten our way. We've been so sucked in by the devilry that we believe ourselves to be devils too. We think we're one of them. And so we move and operate like one of them. Think about this. All this stuff is not even 200 years old yet. This is less than 2 centuries, the stuff you're seeing. This Understand that all this has occurred during the entire time of our being subjugated, enslaved, brought down low. All this has happened. We've been on the planet for millions of years, millions of years, millions of years. And all this stuff that you see has happened only during the time of their authority over us, from them benefiting from us and extracting what they've been able to jack from our resources, our monuments, our artifacts, you name it. They've been sitting there exploring and studying us ever since. And all of a sudden, the outcome of that has been what you see. But they need this stuff in their uh, inspired less minds. They need this stuff because they believe this is where their salvation will be. You don't have to take my word for it. Go to here. Listen to Elon Musk. He's telling you what he believes is the salvation for his people. It's not for our people because we're not them. We're not what they are. But for them, they need these external means of vision, of spirit, of all of that. They have to have these artificial mechanisms. I mean, look, AI, artificial intelligence. Look at that. Artificial, meaning it's not the real thing. Millions of years, melanated brothers and sisters, being divinely intellectual. Being divinely intellectual, we were, and potentially still are, to the point where we understood how to traverse the sea of the cosmos. We understood how to get to and fro wherever we wanted to go with the spirit of the Most High. This was something they were incapable of, just as their ancestor became incapable of. Who am I referring to? None other than the Nephilim, their ancestors. You understand? Fallen, made incapable of being able to return into the heavens ever again. They're incapable of doing these things. Thus, they have to create these artificial uh, apparatuses and whatnot to try to imitate what they found our ancestors depicting. To try to imitate what they found our ancestors depicting. But for not understanding that because they are not able to have this intuitive experience of the soul, they're always going to be like the movies where the mad scientist is missing one key ingredient that's impossible for him to get. So he has to make some alternative, and the alternative ends up creating a monster. That's why no matter what they do, you will always see something twisted that results. When you look at the AI art, the AI music, I warn you, brothers and sisters. I warn you, and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna keep on saying. I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna say it one time, but I would not listen to any music produced by AI. And I would try to avoid as much as possible looking at any images produced by AI. There is more than one way for viral effects to penetrate your anatomy, physically, mentally, and spiritually. There's more than one way for ill programming to affect your mentality. You understand? You could look at certain images and it download, if you would, corruption to your system, and thus cause you all kinds of problems and havoc, even possibly in kinds of insanity. You understand? People don't just become insane. You understand? These things happen in due process of programming and that being passed down, certain types of programming, misinformation, corrupted math going through their lineage. You understand? Corrupted information, misinformation going through their because everything you're about is mathematical, divine, well calculated, precise. Yeah, yeah. This is something that I think that we as a melanated people really need to take heed, because it's not for us. You got to understand they're doing this because they believe that this is their way out. That's what this has been about for them all along. They are fallen, descendants of fallen, and the enemy, their father, had made a point. It's mentioned in the Quran, it's mentioned in the Bible, it's mentioned in so many different texts, has made it a point that they would do whatever it takes, not just to befool you and me, but to try to challenge their destiny. You understand? To try to prevent it or avoid it. That's why you always see them, deep in on trying to find life extending measures, um, artificial means to preserve themselves, artificial ways to protect themselves from from the dangers of the sun. All these artificial things, all, all these measures they're doing to try to protect their existence. Some of them have surrendered, and that's why they've taken another path of corruption by trying to take on our men and our women, because they believe that they can save themselves that way. Well, you know that old saying, can't beat them, join them. That's what some of them are doing. But most of the supremacists, the so-called supremacists, they're not going to be on that necessarily. They're going to be more on, well, we got to find some other way. We got to find some other way. There's got to be some other way. Maybe we take these artificial apparatuses and whatnot. We can migrate to Mars and terraform it, and thus we could keep on. We can extend our potential of existing. Constantly trying to avoid the inevitable. The inevitable is that when there's an anomaly of the sort that they manifest that contradicts the balance and nature of things, it has to be eradicated. Nothing that I have to do. I mean, it's a part that we're going to have to play eventually, and that eventually is like coming like in soon present day times. There's a part we'll have to play, but there's a bigger part that's just their fate. And even if we wanted to prevent it, we couldn't. Even if we wanted to prevent the inevitable, we couldn't. The sun itself is altering its nature, becoming more intense because of its nature. And that's something that's becoming unbearable for the devilry. Hmm. Yeah. It kind of makes me think of there I was watching today a squirrel, right, walking on the fence of my front porch. And I noticed that these other birds, there was like some blue jays and some robins that kept on following it around. It's like they were waiting for the squirrel to find something, and as soon as he would find something, they would try to come in, swoop in, and take it away. And I'm like, that's them right there. That's how they do. They've got it. They see they can't do it directly in our strong points, because then it's apparently too obvious. Even though they're doing it to a degree, they're robbing their minerals, robbing the resources of Africa. But to enslave us, you got to understand, this wasn't some random thing they did. This wasn't something they just willy-nilly did. Like, hey, let's just go enslave some Africans. They did it because they're devils. They did it because they're trying to save themselves. They're trying to continue their existence somehow. They're doing whatever it takes. Like, look, man, we got to figure out how this thing works. So let's take some of these descendants of the divine breath and see what we can come from it. And so if you look in these past 200 years, you will see all these different apparatuses: the television, the computer, the artificial limbs, the like we were talking about, the AI. All this is within this time frame. Extracted. It's like, like they've extracted it from a people who've existed on the planet. I gotta drive this in for millions of years. I'm trying to get you to understand that we're not idiots. We're divinely created, divinely inspired. We are, we're sacred to existence. You understand? We're sacred. You don't get 2 million years of stupidity. You can't, that's not, oh man. You can't tell me that some beasts, some devils who are just scratching the caves yesterday can come find you, learn you well, and then produce replicas of your nature. Your nature. I kid you not, your nature. And then in a short period of time, you're going to tell me that's the height of evolution. That's next level. We've been existing on this world for 2 billion years. They say 2.5, some say. And then those who they call what do you call them? Conspiracy theorists and whatnot. They'll accuse them of say, oh well, before that we were, we traveled from other worlds. Whenever it comes to something that's beyond their scope of thinking, all of a sudden it becomes a conspiracy. It becomes something mysterious. And since they brought us down so low, they don't even want to attribute the original aspects of these type of knowledges and development to our people, our ancestors. Oh, the pyramids. Oh, that couldn't happen by you. That must have been by aliens. I agree. What the brother is saying here. He says the problem is when you try to teach your peers, they don't listen because they just seen you sitting right next to them, so they feel like you can't know more than them or you can't teach them facts. Yeah, I'm telling you that's so true. I've seen that so many times that and even in my own family, they're looking at me like, how could you possibly know something that I don't know? This is the norm. So why are you behaving different than the norm? If you're doing this, how you must be the off one. I don't know what you're doing. You understand? So you must be the off one because you can't possibly do something that's beyond my capacity, my scope of thought. That's impossible. Forgetting the fact that ancestrally we were a people that covered all the degrees or all the spectrums of knowledge. Literally, if you go to ancient Kemetic times, you will see that they had so many different factions, um, dedicated to a specific. This wasn't about this idea that they were worshiping many gods. This is a Western thing, a Caucasian thing. They were worshiping other gods because they came to learn from us, and remember they looked upon us as gods. So when they had made some of us exclusive, they started, quote unquote, worshiping other gods. You understand? Other than the one God or whatever God that they perceived as superior. But our ancestors manifesting God, so thus there'd be no reason to worship gods because we were manifesting the God with a capital THE. We had different orders that were dedicated towards different aspects of true knowledge. Some would study the nature of the sky, study the nature of the cosmos, study the nature of the water, study the nature of different types of growth and growing things. When they come together, this is how they were able to establish certain laws, curriculum, principles that people live by, throughout the years. You understand? It didn't have to be written in the way that you have it today until people came that they had to try to civilize. Understand that that's 6,000 years. We've been on the planet for 2 point something million years. They say 2.5 million years, some say longer. These people showed up because of we know something. That's what the scholars of those days said. Well, I know something about this. I know something you don't know, they said. And so the outcome of that was them breeding out the Neanderthal to form a human. The thing is that that the gene that made the Neanderthal still remained, because that was the very gene that prevented melanation. It prevented. That's why you have white folks. That's and no matter how many times you have white folks, this is a feature that's in the Caucasian. And that's what the supremacists pride themselves off of, being able to try to cherish and protect that feature. They want to protect that feature. They get shocked if a melanated baby comes out, because it can happen. And the reason why that can happen to their own embarrassment is because they have something of our ancestry in them as a result of our interbreeding with the Neanderthal. So it doesn't matter. I mean, they're getting their butt uh spiritually kicked no matter how you spin it. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like I've said before, if I was Sean Connery sitting here saying all of this, they would eat it all up. There'd be 7,000 views going on right now. If I was Sean Connery, I kid you not. If we put this, I wish I could find a guy and pay him. Like, look, I will pay you behind the scene just to say these words, and let's see what happens. For an experiment's sake, not because he's popular, but because they would believe him more than they would believe me. Because, like you said, they see m- them in me. They see themselves. I'm one of them. So, brother, you know, we're all in this bucket together. And we've been in this bucket for the last 500 years. And ain't none of us got out, they would say. Some of us have. But so what are you going to say that's different, that's going to make anything different? That's called disparity. Many of us are overwhelmed with disparity. And that's criminal in divine eyes. To be a people of despair is criminal. That's a criminal divinely. I'm sorry. That's a divine criminal violation. Disparity. I can remember points in my life where I suffered that, so I can't act like I lived a life exempt from that. But at the present, it's hard for me to despair when I see something greater going on. It doesn't always make sense because I don't have all the sense. You understand? I'm only one manifestation out of billions. But from that little sense that I have, like the song says, we used to sing in church, this little light of mine, that little light is enough for me to see, and the things that I do see, I'm telling you, man, it is awesome. I even see the demise of the devils. That's the crazy part about it. Seeing how they are defeated. And that's probably something that if I even started to talk on, I'd probably get all kinds of bannings and everything. But I even see that. I even see that the demise of these devils. It kind of makes me think of like a reverse Pandora's box. I'm trying to be gentle with this. If you understand, when you open a Pandora's box, a lot of stuff comes out. But what do they say the nature of a black hole is? A black hole, they want to be racist. Let's use that one right there. A black hole draws everything in. Everything in. You understand? And what I'm talking about is the results of what they put forward. It won't explode, it will implode. And in everything that is of what they are, they're very to the core of their very nature will be drawn into that. And like I said, there won't be nothing we could do about it. And not to say that we'd want to. In fact, it would be quite the contrary. There'll be a significant number of us, some say 144,000, that will do something in that regard. But however we want to deal with that story and the meaning of that story, that's one thing. But there will be a time where certain things are done and played out, and who's who will be where they should be. The real will be with amongst the real, the artificial will be amongst the artificial. And the thing is, as you'll know the artificial, because you'll know them by the gods that they bow down to. Family, I'm telling you, I'll tell you again, leave alone the artificial hip hop makings, the AI made hip hops or musics. Leave alone the AI made arts. Listen, if you if you insist, if you must, okay, look at one image and never again. Look at one image, and if you look closely enough, you will see a kind of unearthly distortment, a kind of diseased like distortment. And you need to understand how the eyes take in information. Understand that most of the technology that you see today, like I said, the replica of what you and I are naturally. Think of, for example, when you go to Walmart and you scan your groceries, there's a infrared beam that's reading the barcode, which translates into numbers for the infrared beam, and that communicates information to the computer about the content that's being scanned. Your eyes do something similar because your eyes are able to take in different degrees of light. Infrared is a kind of light. Ultraviolet is a kind of light. Radio is a kind of light. You understand that your eyes, different aspects of your eyes are capable of taking in. Not all of it is immediately translated by the brain at first, but some of it's translated later. You understand, because you got different aspects of your brain that are for different parts of translating and communicating to you through your pineal gland. Your so the AI art is impressing certain things in your mind. To understand what I mean by impressing, look at the Light Dome logo for example, that you see to my that's my left on the screen there. So this, yeah, this right here, that right there. Look at that, then close your eyes and tell me what you see. Look at it for about, you have to look at it for about 10-15 seconds. Look at it for 10-15 seconds, then close your eyes. And what do you see? You'll probably see an inversion of colors and things of that sort. There might be some colors you don't see at all, but you might see certain things that stand out because your eyes send an image that leaves an impression on your brain. And your brain's job is to interpret the information so that you self can see and use it for whatever the purpose would be to use it for, right? Now, just like the barcodes at Walmart are scanning and they take in a certain information. Man, I want to show you an example because I'm using this the logo right here to try to build that. So let's deal with that. Now, if I have to, I'll show you an example. So there's certain ways that certain things could be configured that can be read by your brain in different ways. No different than a computer does when it reads a QR code. You ever seen a QR code? Then try to understand from that point. If you don't can't see understand the barcode version, think of the the QR code. The QR code is a configuration of distorted shapes, but it's not distorted truly. It's configured in a way that the computer can recognize and read it. You understand? Listen to what I'm saying. The computer is reading. Like I said, these are replicas of what you do. You do this. When you don't see yourself as sacred, you don't make much of it anymore. You don't make much of your dreams and visions anymore. You don't make much of the positions of the stars, the sights that are seen. You don't make much of anything that we see that we once for millions of years knew to be sacred. So now when you see yourself as less than, when you see yourself as less than the dust you walk on, then stuff like this seems to be like, well, why bother? Because therein is your salvation. Therein is your salvation. When you can crack the Messiah code, you won't be looking in the sky in the same way. You understand? You won't be looking in the sky the same way. When you can crack the message that our ancestors hid because they understand the nature of the devil. Like I said before, they understand the nature of the devil, what the devil is capable of understanding versus what it cannot. That's why for many years, what do they do when they want to try to understand what we're up to? They get one of our own. They get the coons, because the coons will tell them. The coons will say, well, see, what they're doing over here is such and such and so and so. What they're plotting and planning over here is such and such and so, because the coon understands our language. They're one of us, right? They were raised on the same street that you were raised on. They read some of the same books, but they had a hidden belief in the devil. Let me remind you that there's a passage in the Quran where it says that when this human kind was being formed, all of the Melek were told to bow to it. All of the Melek were told to bow, and all did bow except one who was identified as Iblis. He refused to bow, to which the Most High said, "What's prevented you from bowing? You created me from the sun, and you created this thing from out of the dust." Now, understand that the audience that we're talking about is our ancestors, all of them. Those who bowed and those who did not bow, all of them were our ancestors prior towards what took place regarding bringing about this kind of man, to which the Most High said, and some can translate that story in the form of to which the adepts said, the scientists said, or the scholars said of those days, I know something you don't know. I know something about this that you're not aware of. You understand? So they don't have certain features to be able to be inspired in the way that we are. And like I said, I'm not saying this to belittle anybody, but I can't apologize for truths. I can't say I'm sorry because this is the truth of what it is. I know some of you guys like to do that. You like to go to them and, oh, he's talking that talk, and there happens to be a Caucasian around, and all of a sudden you want to, like, oh, see, he has that type of belief. No, it's not that type of belief. It's just what it is. If you got this going on for millions of years and this new stuff shows up, I gotta go what's been lasting a million years. I'm sorry, but not sorry. I'm going to go with what's been going on longer because that's what works. You see that Elon Musk's Tesla doesn't always work, but Merkabah has been talked about for a long time. You find Ezekiel experiencing that. You find Enoch experiencing something of a similar. You find Yahya or John experiencing something of a similar. So generations of different kinds of people have experienced the way of the true way of operation on earth as it is in heaven. You have that going on. I mean, so I've got to deal with the things that have been going on for a longer time. That's why for me, I prefer to listen to the math of my ancestors. I listen to everybody. Like I said, I listen to my Hebrew brothers because at the end of the day, I know the source of where they got their information from is my ancestors, their ancestors, our ancestors. I listen to my Kemetic brothers because I know the source of where they got their information ultimately from is our ancestors. The Quran even tells you when they're arguing with the Prophet Muhammad, oh, this is something of stories of old. You're just saying stories of old. Were they lying? That wasn't what Muhammad was trying to deal with him about. He was dealing about their corruption and filthiness. You understand? And the corrupt worship practices and whatnot. They were burying their daughters. So he was dealing with that. It wasn't about whether what I got to say to you is from, oh yeah, okay, so what is from your ancestors is still true. So what is from stories of old is still facts. It's old stories, but it's facts. We've been telling you this for thousands of years. 6,000. We've been telling these devils this to our own suffering. So no matter where you spin the ball on this planet, we've been telling and singing this song. That's what I keep saying, brothers and sisters. Stop getting hung up on these artificial divisions that most of it's a byproduct of us being brought up in this land and suffering how things have been rendered into English. And so you'd be surprised at how much our division is based upon the language we're speaking. We're speaking devilry. No wonder we're divided. No wonder you don't understand what the heck I'm talking about. I try to show you symbols so maybe you can just see the symbol and you can develop your own, visual about it and see it from that point. Sometimes, like I said, many of us, we've forgotten the usage of symbols. Our ancestors knew how we communicate naturally. It wasn't by mistake. Look, let me remind you, stop believing the hype that how we write today is modern, is the perfected way of communication. Stop it. We didn't become smarter. If anything, many of us, look at us. You're telling me we become smarter? You got a man racing with a bunch of women. And nobody sees anything odd about this. You got a man racing with a bunch of women. We're smarter? We're smarter. I'm just asking questions, family. Don't get offended. I'm just asking questions. I'm just trying to look at the facts that for millions of years, we didn't roll that way. We didn't roll that way. So I'm saying, stop believing the white hype. They're not the cream of the crop. They're not the top of evolution. They're not even evolved. They're a mutation of a byproduct of what happens when a human mates with something that's not a human. That's like a cat mating with a dog. You're going to get something twisted. That's why every time you talk to them, you could talk to your blue in the face. They're not going to see what you see because they don't have what you have to see with. They're not going to see it. They don't have it. What do? Leave them alone and insist that they leave you alone. So my point is, our ancestors knew how we communicate in the long run. They didn't make the hieroglyphs the ancient imprints of the Aztecs and the Olmecs that you see, all these ancient writings, they're not backwards. They weren't prehistoric. They weren't something like, oh, what do we do? I know, let's paint a picture of an ox. That's not what that's the foolery that these white devils want you to believe. They were communicating in a way that they know works from generation to generation to generation. They know that we are abstract in our best. Thus, the left eye of Asar, not the right eye of Asar. The left eye, physically speaking, is associated with the right brain. The right brain is associated with the abstract. And it's abstract that sees imagery. It makes sense of images. It's the abstract. It's this side, this eye that makes sense of the abstract. Our ancestors knew that this was something the devil can't do. The devil is the opposite. Thus, it makes sense because that your enemy is going to be your opposite. You understand? Your enemy, your arch enemy is going to be the opposite. The devil is the opposite and sees with the right eye, associated with the left brain. I said all this backwards, didn't I? No, I was right. Left brain, meaning they see rational, they see inanimate, they see lifelessness. Look at the things this again. Look at what they produce. If you doubt, they produce things they make lifeless things appear to be alive. Our ancestors were dealing with things that were actually alive and perpetuating its livingness, teaching us how to be what? Fruitful and multiply. That means increasing in life, in abundance, increasing livingness. You think that the breath of the Most High becomes exhausted? Like it would die out, like it becomes weak at some point? No. We've been billions since we arrived here. Billions have shown up since we arrived. Billions of us, and our life force, our breath, our self, our soul has not become exhausted yet. The breath of the Most High, the breath of the first, the one who set it off here. The devil doesn't have that. They don't have that advantage because that's not their origin. That's not their origin. Their origin comes from an entity that was adverse and what do you call it? Rejected because of what it refused to do, because of its refusal. If you remember what I told you about, then out of this came these beasts, animal-like beasts. Isn't it funny that in mythology you hear stories that describe certain things like this, like terms like ogre and goblin and all this stuff. For you nerds like me, we understand this in some of the games we play. You think these things are just popped up invented out of nothing? If you look in the descriptions of some of these features, you'll find a common theme from different sources, like whether it be from Ireland, Italy, Germany. If you read the stories that they use, whether they use the term sprite, spirit, ifrit, you understand? Whatever term they use, you'll end up finding out these terms end up talking about the same types of creatures. And then when you look at the descriptions of some of these creatures, they seem to match the natures of the Cro-Magnons and the Neanderthals. It's not a coincidence. But because you believe the hype, you've allowed them to take those stories and beautify them. They've beautified those stories to make you feel like something glorious was going on and not some devilry. So then you end up believing their tales. You end up believing that, oh, these people are something like just like divine and sacred or heavenly. No, no, not at all. Quite the contrary. This is the term of where abomination comes from. When you do something that is contrary to the nature of things, the laws of nature, abomination takes place. Distortment takes place. Something becomes missing. Something becomes missing. Read the stories about leprosy originally and things of that nature. Read those type of stories and how those things came about. It wasn't a magical experience. It was because of what we put forth. And once we put it forth, what you have that you now call the Caucasian, it was our effort to try to right our actions. We tried to make right what we did. You understand that Pandora's box again? We tried to make right what we did. We saw something that we realized that if it's left unchecked, it's going to be a problem. So let's try to civilize and right, just make this situation, and in so doing, maybe we will have a better scenario. For 500 years, we've had hell because of what took place here. How come we didn't have hell before any of that? How come before any of that, nobody on the planet Earth was enslaving anybody like that? Nobody on the planet Earth was doing anything of this sort. Nowhere. Yeah, there were battles, there were wars, but even in those wars, if you do your study, you find that even the wars, the soldiers respected each other. There'd be times where, like one battle, they're looking over to see if they got some water. You know what I mean? They just they're fighting each other. Got some water over here? We kind of thirsty. It's break time. Y'all taking a nap. We're gonna send our spies in tomorrow to take your camps down. But right now, pass some water on. Things were different. There were certain rules of engagement that we lived by. It's not the same thing, and you can't compare devilry with the antics that our ancestors were doing. You can't compare it. Albeit, like I said, that first one, the one who refused to accept or acknowledge what was about to take place. The other ones, what was their what was their statement before this making took place? God, the God, translating. Are you going to make one who will shed blood and spread mischief? This is what they were concerned about. To which the God responded, I know that which you know not. Some of you guys like to think that, well, only good comes from God and bad comes from the devil. But this is a sign of ignorance because it's not a good or bad type thing. These are functions or features of our experience here on earth. A bee stings you, that's bad, meaning you don't like to be stung. But you stepping on a bee is also bad. The bee doesn't like to be stepped on. So to the bee, you stepping on it is evil. To you, the bee stinging you is evil. The bee is from God, you're from God. The bee being able to sting you, from God. You being able to step on a bee, from God. I'm hoping you're understanding what I'm saying, because we've got this buttermilk biscuit notion of good and evil that didn't come from us. It came from people who want to make us pacified with life and treat them as acceptable. Meaning, thus the reason, if you look at us, every time they do their devilry, we become instantly forgiving to them. It's like we just completely forgot they just massacred our people, and now we're wanting to give them hugs and kisses. So understand that when it comes to the God saying, "I know that which you know not," this wasn't a good or evil thing in and of itself. This wasn't, well, did the God, the first I'm talking about, because if you understand um, the Most High by the attributes, you start to be able to really reflect on the truth or the reality or the existence, more attributes of the Most High. It all starts to come in clear, and at the same time, you could just see just how even further, you know, the knowledge goes. You know, just a little scratch, and then realize it's still not enough. That's because the Most High is also infinite, another attribute. So when it comes to the Most High, the concept of good and evil is not built upon the interpretations of earthly, renderings or whatnot. Our renderings that we have gathered only from experiencing our life with the devil. If you look at our ancestors and see what they did regarding good and evil, the matter was different. Look at even ancient Kemet, the laws of Ma'at. The principles were the meanings of these things were different. You understand? The meanings of these things were different. Basically, you were expected to behave in accordance with your nature. So it is your nature to want to be treated right, to want to be treated in a way that's not, that you're not harmed. You don't want to be harmed. Well, guess what? Your brother doesn't want to be harmed either. Thus, the golden rule makes perfect sense. You don't do harm to him, he don't do harm to you. You don't want harm from him, so don't want harm from him either, for him either. Golden rule. But you also have the obligation of having his back, which would be evil to a devil, but good for you. Because the devil doesn't want to be hemmed up, right? That's the last thing the devil wants. But so be it. You know, when certain boundaries are trespassed, laws, divine laws, are implemented at some point in time. There's accountability for everything. There's nothing that's going to slip under the radar. Whether you do and it's seen, or you do and it's not seen, you'll still be held to account. The devils know this. Again, that's why they're working overtime to try to find a way out, but there is no way out. The cosmos doesn't belong to them. The kingdom of heaven doesn't belong to them. Messiah Jesus already told you how to be able to enter the kingdom of heaven. You must be born of God, meaning born of spirit. If you look at the nature of the cosmos, you see that's the nature of it. It's spirit. So you leave this earth and you enter spirit and join spirit, and thus you're able to enter the cosmos that way. If you remember the Merkabah that visited Ezekiel, it was spirit that was uh, activating the apparatus that Ezekiel saw. You know, the wheel within wheel, craft or mother ship. It was powered or mobilized naturally, not AI, but what we might call DI, divine intelligence, spiritual, Merkabah. You understand? Like the Westerns like to use the term light body. You understand? It was a light apparatus empowered with divine cosmic energy, like everything else is powered by. Earth is powered by it, the sun is powered by it, Milky Way is powered by it, everything is powered by it. The only people who are offended by it, look at this. The only people who are offended by it and doing and trying to find a way to get further away from it is the devils. You have to understand, for all you Bible and Chronic doubters that might be amongst us, when the angels were bowing down and Iblis decided not to bow. Remember, this is all angels involved, because some people like to say, well, Iblis was something else. No, because it says clearly, and when we were going to make man, we commanded the angels to bow down. All bowed except, when you make a statement like that, that means all people that you're talking about are Malak. Translated angels. I don't even like to use the term angels because it doesn't get you to understand who's being talked about or what. But for the sake of the matter here, Malak, angels, all bowed except Iblis, And Iblis' excuse was you created from the sun and him from the dust. Listen, family, in that you have your origin. Like I said, you are sacred, melanated brothers and sisters. Your melanin is heavenly, nurtured by the contents of the earth, but it's heavenly in origin. Your origin is not here because all of them were created from the soul. Our ancestors were created from what you see. And we manifest upon the earth. That's how we got here. They manifested upon the earth and then continue to, to produce fruitful multiply by that divine breath we were talking about earlier. These, on the other hand, they've never, let me say this again, they've never experienced the heavens whatsoever. They've never been in the heavens. They never stepped foot in the heavens. They never had anything to do with the heavens. I'm talking about where they're able to, do anything relevant. They've never been and cannot. It's not their nature. They came into being here on this planet through that interaction, that interbreeding I talked about. I'm not talking about the Neanderthal. I'm talking about them. They came as a result of that interbreeding of the Neanderthal. We've got to stop allowing them to deceive us with their stories. They're taking our bones, dividing us up. This is the Homo sapien. This is the Homo erectus. This is the Homo habilis. This is the Homo whatever. And then fixing them into the scenario. We got to stop allowing them to make these stories and make us think that something other than us is being talked about. These are our stories. They were nowhere around. They've only been as you see them today. It took 6,000 years for them to become what they are today. Their story. You don't have to take my word for it. Their oldest measure goes back 6,000 years. Their oldest ability to talk about anything recorded, 3,000. 3,000. But they press you as far, when they're talking about themselves, they tried to press as far back as 6,000 years, no more. They don't go no further than 6,000 years. Signs and symbols, family. Signs and symbols let you know that you and I can look at the pyramids, see that they're positioned in fixture with the belt of Orion, and your intuition would tell you that there is a connection there. Because our ancestors know how to communicate. That's why we have visions and dreams, and that's why our visions and dreams tend to be in colorful, symbolic of nature. You can dream of an orange. That doesn't mean you're going to get an orange when you wake up. But that dreaming of an orange, there's symbolisms in there. There's meaning in there that you need to reflect upon. One of my earliest dreams that I wrote down was me dreaming of an orange on a plate in which a plant with big leaves came out. And I put the plate on a loft and came back later. And like I said, that's when the big leaves and whatnot came out. We don't see the same, us and the devils. We can become blind like the devils, not able to see. The minute you start behaving like them and believing that their ways are superior, believing that their ways are better than, then you start to lose your own ability to be who you are. We've been cut off from our ancestral songs and dance. But the thing about the nature of an apple, and I've said this to people before locally here, the thing about the nature of an apple is that it bears seeds. And that when you plant those seeds, the same kind of plant that its ancestors are grows from that plant, meaning it contains the same potential as its ancestors. That means whatever our ancestors was about is in you and I. And if you can comb through YouTube and IT, you see brothers and sisters who are more adept talking all about it. Talking all about it. Whatever we find that our ancestors were capable of is inherited through us naturally. We're the same apple from the same tree. We've gone through some different experiences. There might be some elements about us that caused us to be more like uh, Granny Smith versus a Washington Red or a Fuji, but we're still an apple. They're not. Understand that they're no matter how they will try, they can never be what you are. That's one fact you need to lock in. So you need to understand why they're doing what they're doing. Avoid listening to their AI sounds because there's misprogramming in there. If you understand the nature of sounds, how sounds affect crystallization, understand that in you are features are uh, that carry the nature of crystallization, and corrupt sounds and distortment can affect you. They can become like poison. It can become very dangerous to our nature, not just physically, because you're not just a physical being, but also affect your ability to communicate with yourself. Understand what I'm saying? Your greater self. When you're if you're able to cut the communication with your greater self, they've won the fight. Because then you're out of your mind, as the saying goes. Literally, you're out of your mind. We see that body that you manifested, but we don't see you anymore because you're no longer there. You're out of your mind. Your family, I've been at this for nearly 5 hours. And this can be exhausting because after all, this is a body you can see and it needs rest every now and then. But what I would encourage you to do is like, share, and subscribe if you could be so kind. And also, because as you may not notice, my platform is not monetized. It's not eligible for monetization as of yet. So your liking and sharing apparently will help that in some way, but it is what it is. But there is the Cash App to hasten, showing, your appreciation for the content. Um, this isn't for everybody because some of us we become territorial. We become um, like Kaabas. Kaaba's that holy shrine in Mecca, and we become boxed in like that. Instead of looking at the sign of the Hajj is that all the pilgrims are outside of the box. All the pilgrims are thinking outside the box. You understand? But not, some of us, and that's supposed to be the height of the pillars of Islam, the Hajj. All the pilgrims are going outside of the box. Anyway, I believe that our mind should be much like that as well. There's certain things you treasure in the box. If you think about our Hebrew brothers and the way that they treated the tabernacle in the ancient days, they had it within how did they put it? The Holy of Holies. You understand? Their most sacred of sacred place is where all of their most precious elements and area was located. That's how we need to treat our our being, our existence. We need to restore the Holy of Holies in one of us and recognize the Holy of Holies in each of us. So that way our blood becomes sacred, meaning forbidden to be shed by one another, and obligated to be protected from an enemy. We need to stop letting Jordan Neely situations happen. That should not be. If there was any brothers on that train, that should never have happened. That if anybody's neck should have been twisted, it should have been the Marines, the ex-Marine. Notice the ex-Marine. There's a difference between being a former Marine than an ex-Marine. One implies a honorable discharge. One implies a dishonorable discharge. Anyway, that should not have happened, regardless, right or wrong. Whether Jordan was was doing some mischief or whatever, being obnoxious. We get obnoxious sometimes, but whatever the case may be, that man was out of place. We got to stop letting these people feel like they have a right over us, like they have some type of obligation over us, some type of charge over us. We have to stop that at every cut and corner. Anytime you see it, you know, like one person put it, they showed a video of a Chinese person when there was a dispute. There was some disputes going on, and some of the Chinese brothers showed up, rolled up. You know, they weren't asking any questions. They were ready to fight. They rolled up. They once he understood what was going on, then they calmed down. Then they asked questions. But he was ready to work. We got to have a mentality like that to come on the scene. Like, oh, hold on, break all this up. Then we can ask questions. And if you don't want to break it up, we insist. Get your hands off of my melanated brother or sister. Get your hands up off. Whatever he did, we'll deal with it if it's bears weight. Because sometimes you just be all on some crazy stuff, little white lies and all that. Sometimes you be on some devilry. So we'll deal with that. But you get up off. We'll talk about it. You can explain what happened, but get up off a brother, get up off a sister. Stop approaching these people like some kind of subordinates. Stop approaching these people like you're still enslaved. If you're free, manifest. If you're free, manifest it. If these people are still your authorities and you accept them as that, you're not free. My words of declaration in my faith and creed is an Arabic formula. La ilaha illallah. Translation. And I'm not trying to tell you to learn Arabic or anything like that, but it's a meaning that I want you to dig into. There's no God but the God. They are not the God. My originator, who breathed the breath of existence into my ancestor, that's the God. And I refuse to see any of these devils ever again, if ever I did, as a God. My life will have to be exhausted and taken, and still they won't be able to get that out of me. Because that's, if ever there was a lie, there it is. And understand, they don't have to say with their mouth for you to take them as a God. It's what they do upon you, is what they compel you to do towards them. It's the mindset that they want you to have about them that makes you submissive to them as your God. If they're not your God, and our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name, is your God, then you need to stand up and stop bowing and tucking your tail to these devils. You need to stand up and stop putting yourself in subordinate positions as if they were your God. If you can talk rough to me, talk rough to a devil. Keep it 100 all across the board. If that's what you do, fine. It's fine with me. If I can't stop you, then I can't stop you. If I can, then I will. Because I don't like being talked rough to. But if I can't, what am I to do? Like, man, go on. We took it to the mat, and I tapped out. What do I do? You free reign to talk rough. If my brothers don't roll up, what can I do? What I'm talking about is, if that's how you are, then keep it all across the board. Stop talking rough and tough to your brothers and sisters, and then get all meek and whatnot to these people, to these devils. Stop talking all rough to me. Stop flaring up on me, but you want to talk all soft and sissy to the devils. Get all sweet and tart with them. Stop. The God. Like Wu-Tang used to say, the power of God's in you. Show and prove. If that be so, If that be so, family, I'm just saying we've got to start making sacred again. That's what sacrifice used to mean. Make sacred. We got to start sacrificing our time and space with one another. Allow establishing it in a way that's inviting to one another and protecting ourselves from things that don't belong in there, in that circle. And we got to stop believing that we have to allow these people up in our circles. And likewise, as a message to any would-be devils, you're not welcome if you're not invited. Nobody asked you up in here. Nobody asked you. Like you see some people, some of them roll up in our commentary and whatnot. You know what I mean? And want to hate on our talk or call us racist or whatnot. What you doing up in here? It's brothers and sisters that belong up in here because that's who I'm talking to. I'm not talking to any devils except for when I call you out and talk directly to you. Then that message is for you since you want to be up in here. Listen to that part. Go play back and listen to the part that's relevant to you. But the part that's about us loving and respecting one another and standing up for one another and having each other's back and restoring sacred in us, that's not for you. It could never be. It could never be. We're in the days and age of bouncing back or standing up now. Because the thing about is when you're told to bow before something, the next thing to do after you bow, stand up. Bowing is a sense of humility. Okay, we've accepted these devils being here. They're here. Is the Most High's job to ultimately take them out, and that happens through all means. That the Most High sees fit. People, things, environment, all of that is can be used or will be used to deal with the infection on this planet Earth. It is what it is. Anyway, family. Yeah. Wow. It's 11:11 a.m. right now. The next time, brothers and sisters, the devil offers you some fruit, promising you to be as gods while you manifest, reject kindly. And if kindness doesn't work, insist with force. Insist. I don't want it. I don't need it. Our ancestors didn't need any of this. They didn't need, you know, from the very beginning, this could have all been squashed. But because of our nature, we know we build things on knowledge. And this is another thing. I'm trying to close this out. Don't get caught up with our short lifespan. Each increment in time is part of a much bigger picture, a much bigger experience. And we leave one door only to enter another door, only to enter another door, only to enter another door. You understand? However long it takes, however many times it takes before we transition to another aspect, area, realm of existence. But in the meantime, don't be so attached to where you try to confine yourself with this limited, what appears to be this limited time. You understand? Just pass through, because that's what we're doing anyway. We're just passing through. Let's see here. With that in mind, family, I'm going to be tapping out, but I like to go out in style somehow. I'm gonna go out with a message, family. I'm gonna go out with a message. Uh, my prayer is that we listen to this message, you take heed. Because the thing about if I write a song, and like many of us that are artists to the heart, when we write a song, it's meant for you to really absorb and listen through it, and as opposed to just listening to the, the sound or or harmony or whatnot, but to listen deep into it. Um, and I'm hoping that we've done something to represent today as National Malcolm X Day. Now, whether it becomes official for this day depends on us, nobody else, and we shouldn't look for anybody else for that to become official. We only need ourselves, and that's all we've ever needed. Because the God is amongst ourselves. The God is closer to you than your jugular vein. The God is as you manifest in righteousness. So, yeah, let me do this and we'll be out. Like I said, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. This is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Quest Man, live soul journey of life, conscious black social media. Keep showing some love, family. The message by your brother Quest Man.
Sometimes I wonder if that be the voice of God within the force of the heartbeat when it thunders. In the land, through it all, the way, words, divine, must say, a message. One would do well to listen. Take heed. In the name of Allah, you've been warned. The compassionate, the merciful. In a vision, I saw the approaching of a storm. People fearing for their lives, despair, regret, and the cries. It's amazing how we turn to the God only when the drama rise. Meanwhile, see the hypocrisy at an all-time high. Immoralities seen as a token of pride. Imagine looking at the world through a God's eye view, observing the hearts of men, the evil that people do. Imagine the effects on the mind of a newborn child. Looks to his father who thinks he's a woman now. How on earth can you believe you're worthy? Confused, the days of your life abused, misused. Sons of the ancients, stripped away in the great abominations. In the belly of the beast nation, all souls for sale in a pandemonium manifestation. Sin propagation. These are the days when the souls will wish to rest. These are the days when the righteous are put to test. Who among you will stand and fight the fight to stay true? Seems only a chosen few. The prophets and sages, sacred words that grace the pages, now perceived as all but lies and hated by the token of time. Man is at loss. I now see the real meaning of the blood on the cross. We crucify our own salvation. I sing a song of redemption. Am I my brother's keeper? Reality seen through the eyes of a dreamer. It's a wonder how the heavens aren't yet rent asunder. Forgive me, Lord, I didn't know. Just an amateur. False gods, graven images, all the damages. I remain thirsty for divine mercy. A soul journey in a world of vanity and drapery. I see a light in the attic. Those who've had enough break away from the madness. Notwithstanding all the doom and gloom and sadness, never despair in the end. Blessed be the righteous, keep the light lit. Our victory, focus on the highest. All praises to the greatest, to the wisest. Taught by the pen, the way. Freedom from our crisis, truly divine bliss. wake-up call. Soul Journey of Life, Conscious Black Social Media. The Light Dome.